his takes just a little bit longer. We're still saving up to get his computer. So.
Okay.
Had to turn it off and on. And then once he comes back in, I will resume the update of what Cathra was here for. Hopefully we are a little more stable.
Give me that. There it is.
It should be in his Google Calendar. I'm just saying.
He has a hell of a time for whatever reason trying to get Meet specifically on the little tablet computer to recognize his Google account and sign him in is just fucked up. It's so weird. If he switches over to this one, he's just fine. But on that little tablet, no. Fuck you.
I didn't realize he was on a tablet.
It's not a tablet. It's a Latitude 5290. It's one of the little, like, the ones with the little snap-on. You've seen me on it before. It's the little one that I usually took to Cambria with us, with the little detachable keyboard that you could turn into a.
Yeah, I think I thought that was a Surface because they kind of do the same thing. But okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's very similar.
It's a weird Windows class of machine.
Well, no, it's a Dell. So
yeah, but it runs Windows, right?
Yeah, but you could theoretically load it with whatever the fuck you want.
Oh, okay.
Optimize for Windows because fuck you. But all right, we are back in. Josh is recording again because I said for Josh to record. It looks like there's less glitchiness. And I say that now Anthony just got frozen with the look of a dude who's having a really good jizz.
So the funny thing here is, for me, Anthony's been smooth and you're the one glitching, but it's definitely less.
Okay.
Do you want to just try to play through and see if it's any better, or?
We can try to play through. The other option that we can do, if you would like, is Anthony and I can share one screen and try having only one device actively connected to Meet, and we'll just go through speakers and stuff. If it gets really bad, we can move to that as our plan B. Does that sound okay?
Sure. But let's try this for now.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
I'm going to mute because this was a lot of character to character.
Yes. So, Cousin Cathra was here. She had been investigating some Uncle Dorn. She came back a little early, and Uncle Dorn shipment that went astray with the river skiff incident with the Becton boys. It involves some of the other CIs out of headquarters here. I forget Atomic and Joe's character names, but then they were the ones involved in that.
Inspector Garrett Levesque and Constable Inspector Cornelius Dratch.
Those two. A package went missing. We were eventually able to get sight of that package and what it contained for a non-refundable 50 gold piece payment. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Sorry. I'm pulling everything up here out of the notes.
I'm going to ask one question, and it's
a technical question, and I'm unmuting to ask it. Is it possible that you're just out of RAM on that machine, baby? Because it seems like it's just a few seconds delay. That's just okay. I'll shut up. Sorry.
I was going to say, if you're you said you're done rendering the audio, right? Yeah, then it should be fine.
No, I've peaked out at 42% usage on my RAM, which is totes cool when it's a 16.
So I'm done.
No, you're not dumb. I don't know what's going on. Everything is being stupid. Anyways, we were able to get sight of this item. Where the fuck are you? I had it. I had it right here. Okay. It was something that looked like a heavy crossbow, but slightly longer than it. It had a mechanism to unfold the arms of the crossbow.
It
Kind
also,
of similar to Torglick's.
I noticed in your notes that you didn't put in, but it's not just one bow across the wood. It's two. It kind of looks like this.
Two. Okay. So a very fancy crossbow that is something new. It's more advanced than what Torglick has. It's got a grip. It's longer than a standard crossbow. The wood doesn't look like it comes from the Union here.
So cutting edge crossbow.
Cutting edge crossbow. We also got to see some of the bolts. They're bodkin tipped. They're micro riveted metal plates. We thought that it was an alloy of platinum or silver, possibly based on what it looked like, but that's not it. Eventually, we took this information back to Uncle Dorn. Sorry, I'm scrolling through my notes here because I did everything. Mithril was made of mithril. The bolt was made of mithril.
Per methyl.
It's
Merle has probably not heard of mithril, or if you have,
I just assumed I would have known it as the elves metal.
probably that would be about it.
Roll a history check. DC 17.
He's going to roll a 16. So
It's not you're like, maybe I've heard of it before, but yeah.
the only ones we're aware of who know how to make that are them. Uncle Dorn took the bolt. It went to his team in research and development to check out. We're concerned. I'm concerned. So, on top of all of that, that was the important part. I'm going to bring you into a little family business. It might be a bit indiscreet, but you're an investigator like I am. If there's something for it, you would be the one who would be able to catch it. Catherine came back because she was originally down doing work, trying to stop. Where the fuck is it? Delphon. Here it is. There's been targeted piracy in Delphon. It's raw goods. It's not finished goods. It's not anything that would be on its own considered high value, especially for the effort it takes to hit compared to finished goods. But we're talking things like wood or similar items instead of the fancier. There's no cloths being taken. There's no foodstuffs. But
So it's not our people.
the piracy could be. It's whoever it is, they've got to line with the harbor master's office in Delphon, because they're hitting, while there are still ships, while there are still transports of other items that are being hit, it is statistically unlikely, it is statistically impossible that they would be hitting this number of raw good ships while simultaneously avoiding the others.
No, I mean, that would be how they operate. I mean, they wouldn't use their own people, they'd use ours. It was a thought. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I think why are you sorry? You're absolutely right. I told Cathra a few times that that I wished I had the ability to call upon your experience here, because you've got a good way of looking at it. We went down those paths as well. Is it possible that it's them? It's possible also that it's perhaps another engineering firm, another manufacturing firm, high tech. Yes.
Well, that absolutely is possible. But my paranoia and living here, I'm still going to look at them first. So maybe my input wouldn't have been helpful.
We're of the same mind here, Merle. I am of the same opinion, which is my base fear cuts me down to say it is them. It is them trying something and easing for something. Reason and practicality and logic point out the number of island nations along the coast there that these vessels pass by. But what use would they have for raw goods in these quantities and of these natures is my problem with that. And yes, perhaps it's another manufacturing firm in the city, but nobody's taken in those kinds of contracts. And the industry is small enough, we would know if anybody had suddenly increased output or access to materials that every other firm was struggling to get. And so everything else, no matter how plausible, seems to fall apart in the face of a basic bit of inspection. And all I have left is it's them preparing something.
Where is this conversation taking place? Let's say in the conveyance on the way to work.
I bike to work.
You bike to work, so
And we don't live that close to each other.
not at all. Not at all. No, I was just wondering where the conversation was taking place because we hadn't gotten to work yet. So I thought maybe. Okay. Then.
Well, where were you talking to me about the candy then? I thought that was at work. I thought that was part of the catch up as we got in there. We're going, hey.
No, you're right. As we got in there, though, I didn't take to mean a walk from the entrance to the bullpen. I took as a longer journey somewhere because we're talking for a bit. It doesn't really matter. I just wondered if I would be waving off people on the subway. No, don't worry about this. This is all, we're in a play or something. I don't know. Having inadvertently already caused one case of mass hysteria, I didn't want to cause more talking about them on the subway. That's the only reason I was asking.
No, I thought you were trying to make sure other people at work didn't hear you, but I thought you guys were already in the office as well.
Okay, cool.
I kind of figured this was the morning chat up because Ari and Merle both strike me as individuals who will arrive before they're supposed to start work so that they can get their desk in order, get their stuff in order. So I figured this was probably a conversation as they head across to Starkins and get some breakfast and then head back over to the office. But it's still quiet. This is all cop route. But thought somebody might be listening. I don't know. I'm not the DM, and I'm just out here blabbing instead of, taking silence and secrets. But no, you're right. That's where every logical inclination of my own says we fall as well, is it circles back to them. We have considered the possibility that the Black Corps is involved in this. Do you know about the Black Corps? I kind of feel like this one might be more something that Merle would know about. I don't know.
Would you like a roll, Josh?
Sure, roll history. No, roll law and procedure. I think, yeah.
Because of how they're structured and what they do would be my thought. Anthony rolled a 10. So
roll it again, and we'll say you have advantage because you're talking to your partner.
17.
The Black Corps are, think Blackwater. They're a bunch of ex-GU military who have gone off on private contract work.
They still contract to the government on occasion. They get up to some real hinky shit. Anytime you start looking at them too close, everything starts to smell. Is that an accurate summary?
Blackwater in its heyday, then.
Yes. Well, and then remember there was did one of the cats just fucking nail you?
Yes, Petra just reached up she's laying here on the pillow and she just reached up and dug her claws into my knee for a second. She's a cunt. I love her, but she's a cunt. Sorry.
We love the cats, but they give us no reason to.
Right. You might want to control F Black Corps in your notes because there was another piece. And I don't know if Becky's, I'm not trying to railroad you into divulging, but you said you hadn't reviewed it. And because I just read it, let's go on record as this is the only time Josh is more well prepared than either Becky or Anthony, including other times when I'm the GM, because Becky is usually the most well prepared in my view.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm not there. I close my notes up.
As evidenced by the fact that Becky went, I didn't prep, and you went, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Rift Fiends?
I didn't know if you were getting there or if it had slipped your mind. Sorry.
No, I was kind of dragging it through in the process that Kathra and I were hitting it as our develop, because it's easier to go through my notes that way.
And then Petra fucking nailed you, and maybe you got distracted. Like, honestly, the look on your face, I was like, no, that's physical pain. That's a fucking cat right there.
Yeah. She has gotten real twatty lately. So, anyways. And we were talking, perhaps it was the Black Corps. I reached out to the Gray Glove. There is a rumor that there has been a group that split off from the Black Corps. It's called the Rift Fiends. Here's the problem with this. Number one, it's a rumor. It's not fully confirmed. And the other issue is, if it's correct, the Rift Fiends are made of those members of the Black Corps who were maybe not altogether there. A little too quick to see connections where they don't exist. To be certain they're catching patterns. Crazy. Nothing like a nut who's got extremely specialized training. The Rift Fiends. I also reached out to Temerity, to Ms. Vorlance about the Rift Fiends, if she had any other information about them. Shut up, Josh. It's all rumor. Everything about it is rumor, and that's it. That's it, unfortunately. It's all rumor. It's these hints and these gossips of it, and that's the problem with it. It's rumor about people who operate on rumor. What do you do with that? But if they exist, if they're there, they could throw a serious wrench in the works, a spanner in the works.
Okay.
Josh, what did I miss that you feel I should also hit on? Because I was doing a quick review. I think that hits all of the high points.
I think that's all the high points. You mentioned Dorn testing it and discovering that it's mithril, and you said only they know how to make that. And you weren't specific on. You guys, I think in your notes you even said you guys witnessed it being fired once, and what its destructive capacity was like. But I don't know that you need to.
It'll rip through. If somebody has this, anybody standing in front of them is done.
No.
Uncle Dorn only knows about the bolt. Arkna over in Galanta is holding on to the crossbow, and he's a piece of shit. But I think he's a piece of shit who doesn't want to see his entire world ruined around him. I don't think he's going to be selling that to the highest bidder. Those bolts might get a little more inspection, and people are going to get curious the longer he keeps making money charging folks to come in and just take a gander at it and see what it can do. But I don't think he's got plans. The Becton boys had 20 boxes of these when things got broken up. This one box went astray. That bolt was powerful enough to rip through a large wooden crate all on its own and halfway through another, with no damage to the bolt, no dulling.
Those bolts don't fire from regular crossbows, right?
I don't see how they'd be able to. Their length is wrong. You'd have to do some serious, and Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but based on what you told me about the composition of the bolts and the crossbow, I would think that these bolts would be too large to fire from.
Effectively, you could launch them off of a standard heavy crossbow, but it would be firing a projectile that doesn't work correctly off it, so it wouldn't be terribly effective.
It wouldn't have the same power,
right? So they even let, I think you or Cathra, it's in the notes, prime the thing, and it was like, this is remarkably easy, and then watched it punch through both sides of a crate and bury itself into another one, right? And not empty crates, like it was moving through matter. So like, could you fire it off of a, well, and that's the other thing, is you'd have to be able to reproduce the metal as well. So it's weird how long it is should make the bolt, a longer rod shaped thing has less strength. Hence the micro riveted banding, but also this wood is not found in the Union. So like it's a big materials upgrade across the board. So could you fire it off of? Right, but the range, like just from a mechanic standpoint, you'd have half the range of a standard heavy crossbow bolt. So you'd be firing well short, and you wouldn't be doing any extra damage because you wouldn't be pushing with enough energy to do any extra damage. Go ahead, Ans.
So Merle takes all that information in and goes, so not effectively.
Right. Not effectively. And I would like to imagine that Erie does start to get into the science of it. And, you know, the weight and the distribution, the balance and the spin that it's going to have to put on it for effective aerodynamic movement. And here, look, I'm going to spill out some, I'm going to spill out some of my copy and draw some notes.
Not effectively. Okay, good to know.
Means lucky. You're real good at cutting through the bullshit, Merle. That's why I wanted to talk to you about this one. Like I said, for what it's worth, I don't think Arkna's got any intent to put this out on the street. It feels a bit gauche to say it, but I must acknowledge that my cousin Catherine and I have access to perhaps a bit more liquid currency than most in the city.
You're richer than the rest of us. No, I know.
What I'm saying is, I don't think that others.
I took that clue when you told me you had a butler.
He doesn't stay. He goes home in the evenings. He's got 2 days off a week.
Is he in charge of your pantry and runs your household?
I don't know how much running of the household it is when it's
He's your
primarily
butler.
him enacting all of the rules.
But he holds the keys to your pantry and runs your household. Yeah, he's your butler. It's okay. That's a honest. I'm glad there's more butlers still. I'm glad they're still around.
He terrifies me. Anyways, did either of you even catch that? Josh, you're muted.
You said he terrifies me, and then did you say something else, or just he terrifies me?
He terrifies me.
Pregnant pause.
Anyways, I don't think that those with access to the same amount of funds would have luck in reaching Arkna. I don't think he'd be inclined to work with them. I don't think that's his interest. I also don't think that I have much more chance of speaking with him and getting any further. You might.
Perhaps I will.
I could try being the scary backup this time.
That is delightful.
If you'd like, I don't think it'll work out the way you think it'll work out, but if you'd like me to make some inquiries on your behalf, or you want to carry me along someplace to ask questions, happy to do that for you.
I'd really just like to get your read on him.
Well, maybe we can do that after work sometime, or today.
So,
He said, looking at Josh, who's not prepared for that interaction.
I'm pretty. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, okay.
well, that was my time off. And again, it's not an official investigation. But how was your time off? Other than Persephone at the park?
Other than your jet-fueled daughter. Yeah.
I may have left out the fact that I was somewhat injured on that visit to the park and very tired. And the GM is walking away, perhaps. So
Yeah, but I'm going to just turn it up so I can hear you the whole time.
Okay. Do you remember Gakar? He was my Batman, Becky. Gakar. Noir. No. Gakar, he was the hobgoblin monk that was fighting that saved our asses. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I helped him out in confronting a cult leader who had stolen some things from his home fighting house. I helped him with that in the recovery of some things and reconciliation with his order. Well, his order with my wife's order, which are two halves of a bigger whole, and a visiting mistress of the fight. Anyhow, I helped with the disembodied Josh is returning. Here he comes. I helped him, and we set the town on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there was a fire too. It's a Leviatar cult, and there's an abandoned building. Maybe you heard about what is the district, Josh? Out of character. That we started the fires in.
I think it was either, I think it was Battersea Park. It was either Battersea Park or Winstanley.
Okay.
Either of those. I don't think it was Clapham. I think it was Battersea Park or Winstanley.
I think it was Clapham.
Oh, maybe it was Clapham. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, that sounds more familiar than the other two, and I remember thinking the claptrap is on fire. So
fair enough.
But I may be wrong, but yeah.
We'll
Anyhow, okay, so Clapham. There was a fire in Clapham on Saturday. Maybe you heard about, and so that was a safe house. That was where some cult activity was taking place, and we went there and got into a fight and found evidence of very bad things that needed to be cleansed. And the most expedient means of doing that was a fire. And I regret that, but landlords are parasites. So I'm not too bad with people who may have lost property that they were keeping as a tax shelter, keeping it vacated. I had that talk with myself at the time. Anyway, it went okay. In the end, justice prevailed, and I didn't die. I came close. I came alarmingly close. Con, it's not a dump stat out of character, but
Our Catherine and I's weekend on the town was not without injury as well. Glad to see you're feeling well enough to be returned.
oh, of course, yeah. Learned a trick or two. Uh, jumped off a balcony. That was fun. I was trying to get a hold of a car before he slipped away from me again. He's very slippery, that one. And so I
Why do you have to get a hold of him?
well, I had to. I don't anymore. He's off other places doing things that I'm not sure of. For the purposes of plausible deniability in the future, should this become a criminal investigation. But he's good. He's good. Bad people are no longer able to do bad things because they're not capable of doing anything. And that's how that went. Okay. So out of character, I'm gonna say I didn't tell Becky anything, and now I realize Merle's not really gonna tell her anything because of who Merle is, how he grew up, and how important plausible deniability is to someone who believes in the law like he does. So yeah, so really that's where he kind of has to leave it. Right? I not to be a dick or not to sound untrusting of Erie.
Just one question for you, Merle.
Sure.
At any point, did you ask somebody if they knew what your tattoos meant?
I did. I actually got a very clever answer.
What was the answer? I don't remember.
Actually, now that I say that out loud, it wasn't during my solo. That was at the animal facility, which was you're careless with the ink, which is clever. But no, he goes, yes, I did. Actually, he did. I did say that, and to my surprise, they did. A couple of people did know what a true speaker was, and so.
Did you make any promises to anyone
I did.
that are going to impact me?
Should a criminal investigation start at any point over my activities over this weekend, I'd like you to know I'm going to keep them well clear of you and our partnership. I may have promised some people my assistance in the future should they ever need it. And that assistance may come down to physical acts that may be violent. But I don't think they're going to. They told me they wouldn't most likely need my assistance in the future. And they sounded worried for my health. I got my ass roundly kicked. When I was
Do me a favor. Give me a description of them. That way, when they show up this week, I will know who we're looking at, and I won't instantly be on alert.
No, he's in mountains. He's off. Actually, wait, out of character. Josh, is that true? Did Gregor leave the city? I thought so.
He was like, you were asked by the Sun Soul Sisters to go get him because he needs to stand for his failures and not doing what he was supposed to. Like, honestly, everything you're doing right now, you're so after Ari is so forthcoming, you're like, yes, but secret monk shit that I'm not supposed to talk about. It's not even my order. And yeah, no, he fully has to head back to not some home, but it's called something. He's got to go back up to the mountains and fucking. He's in for some disciplinary shit because he did not do what he was supposed to. He went off on the path of vengeance, which was not what he was supposed to do.
Right. And okay, so I can have I can have Merle go, oh no. Those people are well away from the city. And he did also promise secrecy, Josh. He did promise secrecy to his wife's order. So he's being very taciturn. Fucking hell. He goes, it's a two-way street. And I said I wouldn't say things that I knew in assisting my wife's order. And I don't want to break those promises. And
I'm not asking you to break any promises. I understand, and I say this without any jest. or merriment. I understand how important your oaths are to you. All I ask is that you let me know of any entanglements that might affect me so I can make sure we're well prepared.
I'm most worried about the arson. That's those are the things that I'm referring to about criminal activities.
Arson usually is something that comes back to haunt a person. Just in personal, I mean, not personal experience, but herd experience. Let's say.
It's the arson that worries me the most, and
It's
I'm
one of my favorite statements of the game so far. I'm most worried about the arson.
Merle was worried at the time. We stood across the street watching the building burn at the start because Merle was worried about leaving it. Oh, if this goes out of control. And you said it's mostly garbage around and it's like a single broken tooth on this gummy street of nothing much around. And I said, oh, good. We're gonna watch it burn anyway. And then cultists showed up and weird kobolds in a trench coat. It wasn't 3 kobolds in a trench coat, but my favorite bit, the thing I couldn't tell you about, was the thing I've told Becky about, which is Josh gay-coded.
Unintentionally gay-coded the bad guy.
Yeah.
So what happened is the bad guy's a tabaxi, and I couldn't stop channeling Shere Khan, and it was from the original Jungle Book, and it's the first time I realized how gay-coded original Shere Khan from the Jungle Book is.
Super gay-coded. And so and how gay-coded every every lion villain in Disney is. And so he made so I didn't specifically know he was doing Shere Khan because I don't think I knew the tabaxi was a tiger. I just knew the tabaxi was some kind of great cat.
He wasn't. He's a Black Panther.
Okay, so but he just started doing him, and I was like, "You gay-coded the bad guy," and and he really did. He pushed out all those boats, and it was highly amusing. But yeah, it's and I was like, yeah, so that was fun. That was my favorite bit.
As pro queer as I am, I accidentally gay coded the bad guy.
Uncle Scar, you're so weird.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, as regards the arson, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Coffee? You know what this could use? We could put caramel in this. We could put chocolate, a high note of and you look at him and he has dark, you're just looking at him. He's got the dark fucking bags under his eyes. He had no rest during his vacation time. So yeah, he's just running on adrenaline and coffee, and he's worried about an arson.
Well, let's see what happens today.
Briefing.
How's Eurydice?
She's very tired. On top of raising a toddler, mostly with an absent husband, she's been hosting her sisters from the mountain and running around all week. Tired. She's very tired. She's also highly jazzed about all of the people she got to see, sisters she hasn't seen in years. The matron of her order she got to meet in person and instruct with and did calisthenics with and meditated with. So excited but very tired. It's been a long 4 days. The last 4 days have been very long. I think I'm pulling my weight. I hope I'm pulling my weight at home, but I worry. that's a worry for me. That's not how Eurydice is doing. I hope she says okay, but I never believe her anymore. This is weirdly introspective. You didn't ask. You asked me how my wife is doing, and I gave you an answer about the state of my marriage, and that's not fair. But I didn't want to give you a short or shitty answer. She's my wife. We have few friends. You're one of our friends, and I didn't want to short shiv how I think she's doing. I think she's doing well. I think she's very tired, and if there was any justice in our marriage, I think she would be less tired right now.
A woman's work is different from a man's work.
Yeah, and that's dumb, don't you think?
It is. It's ridiculous. Nevertheless, you know what she should do? I am going to make plans. I will have Everard perhaps pick up Persephone for a day.
Oh,
There are many, many zoos to explore that I think she would greatly enjoy.
Well, that would be a delight and a rare opportunity. I would thank you so much.
I'll send a note to him today before lunch.
I'll send one to Eurydice.
Because this is just what you do. You have the help step in to help because that's what you do when you have money. That's not Erie saying that, by the way. That's Becky explaining Erie. I've been around people who have money. This is how they fucking operate. It's just, oh, well, I'll send my girl over for a few days. There's no thought of it, and there's no thought that your help would not want to do, not willing to do.
and then you cut up and it's fun. Josh, you're still moving.
And now I think she's just doing it on purpose. I think she's just holding a pose. And Anthony turning around in the background with no problems kills your bit.
Sorry. I don't know what is going on. Maybe it's my fucking machine, but I don't have fucking anything running. Do you have anything running? I don't think you're even signed in.
Anthony signed in.
We were give me a second. I'm going to switch accounts.
Okay. Excuse me.
Except for Josh, I think.
Except for me, what?
We were all muted.
Oh.
My microphone wouldn't let me unmute.
Now I will mute again, and we will go to briefing. We have morning briefings. Is this Hill Street Blues?
Yeah.
Are you John Wayne? Okay.
Is this me? Yeah. I need to do a thing. Okay. You have your briefing. There's well, interestingly enough, there's, on the broader events of the weekend that everybody needs to be caught up on. There was a street fight in Galanta where 4 thugs were killed. There was a spate of robberies north of the river, along in some of the more bougie districts. There is, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to find the damn district.
Very pointedly not making eye contact with Merle when her own crimes are noted.
Right in the ledger, there was a fire in Clapham that appears to have been set off by some sort of gang fight. In Tabernia, there's there were also in Tabernia, Notting Hill, and West Kilburn. There were some homicides out in that area. Those are all pretty bougie areas. Those are out past. So like Tabernia is an academic district, so that's all around the university, and Geldar City, which remember is Vatican City, is the capital of the capital. And Notting Hill and West Kilburn are out west, that area. There's a new, I think it's been a while, Inspector Sergeants Falgrim and Valzon, and basically all the training officers, the ITOs will be bringing on new freshies out of the academy. And so, keep an eye out for that. Some of you still have some paperwork left and some follow-up left on your cases. Also, this is fuck, what is her name? This is Lieutenant Juck's daughter. This is Lieutenant Evelda, so this is all a Russian accent that I've been forgetting to do. She's like, so you all know you have outstanding paperwork on cases. I don't need you. Let's all try and pretend like we are professionals and get our fucking paperwork in on time. And I don't want to have to come talk to you. If I have to come talk to you, and you look around the room and you're like, because Lieutenant Evelda is not normally like this. And you look around and you're like, oh, they've already got their trainees in the room. She's doing an act for the trainees in the room. So let's all act like we're fucking professionals and get our reports in on time. And you are dismissed. And you're all sent off to the bullpen to get your shit together. Whatever that means in your individual cases. You guys, I think, do have a couple of follow-up pieces on little one-offs and that sort of thing. What? Anthony's not shaking his head no. But he's muted, so I can't hear him.
We are all caught up. Erie
Okay.
and Merle.
Before
that's true.
both super specifically said we're not leaving the office
Right.
for our time off until we're all fucking caught up. So we just go to our desk and fold our hands and look at the board and wait for a red ball.
Okay. Well, that's not what Erie does, because that's not what Erie ever does with her downtime in the station. Erie goes to the records room.
Yeah.
What it will be is Erie is going to double check at their desks, make sure nothing has come into their inboxes, nothing that needs to be reviewed. Go ahead.
Now, just the second before you leave the desk, let me know. Say, I'm leaving the desk so Merle can say the thing he wants to say.
Yeah, it'll be a quick review. No, everything's set up. All right. I'm heading up to the records room. Let me know.
Can I have a clipboard? If there's one free, I'd still like one.
Yes. We will get you a couple of clipboards.
I don't want to impose. Just a one would be fine.
Give him.
Oh my God, I know what Secret Santa gift is gonna be.
You give him 2, he's likely to have braids or something stupid.
He's likely to what?
Make braids, like hold him up with clips,
Oh.
like it was a joke.
It'll be like wooden armor for the back of my head. Held in by your hair? Okay.
He doesn't have enough hair for tails.
Yeah, that's the other part. Some of the other constable inspectors clearly do have some shit that they need to get done. So
I'm gonna walk, and what Merle's actually gonna do is make himself of use. He goes, "Is there anything you need me to file or bring you files of? I'm spinning my wheels until something comes down the pipe."
who are you?
So he
asking?
makes himself useful to the nearest desks.
Okay. So sure. So actually, the head alchemist, Sergeant, the Hobgoblin Sergeant Ragefist, comes through, and Dr. Ragefist to you comes through and's like, "Hey, Sanderman, we need some help downstairs. We got some big shit to move."
I'm good for moving heavy shit.
Yeah. So you guys do that sort of stuff. Ari, have we been doing any checks to, like, as you work through the organization? Have we been rolling anything, or is this just been an ongoing downtime task?
It's been an ongoing downtime task.
Okay.
I know that we specifically mentioned it during Mumsy and Popsy, but we did not roll for anything there.
Okay, well, we don't have to. You see Tarix. Tarix is happy to see you. And it's like, "Oh, how did your weekend go with your cousin?"
Oh my God. So we went to Drizzle Spoons. You have to go. I am taking next time we both have some time off. We are going there. It is amazing. You will eat everything in sight. It is absolutely delicious. A lot of interesting people. But we ended up, and it's just the highlights and the gossipy bullshit mostly. And then we went over and we saw Uncle Dorn, and oh my God, Starhammer Industries has gotten these tankards that are full of the Lolly and Pops candies. They're amazing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ed.
And I uncovered a conspiracy that may mean the elves are returning to Haven City to enslave us all again. And then manicures. Then mani-pedis. Okay, sorry.
You're not that far off.
They went shopping. We discovered a conspiracy and then went chocolate time.
I mean, which honestly, if you go back and read the notes, it's not wholly inaccurate at all. So
it's really not.
And then mani-pedis.
But it's light in general. It's not she is actually careful, unlike with Merle. With Tarek, she is careful not to do anything that's too, "Oh, and then we went to Lolly and Pops." She actually doesn't do that stuff. It's, "Oh, we went here and we saw this. Oh, and we got to go down to this place. Did you know that they are building such and so over in High Gardens," or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Really light stuff like that. And asking Tarek's, how has your time been? How have your evenings been? How has work been going in here? Have you heard about getting assigned permanently as a records clerk?
Well, if you remember, I think Terex is a she. Terex is a she goblin, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Terex said that South Command was looking into that, and that she's heard through, like, she's heard through the whatever the Haven City Constables version of the E4 Mafia, which are the E4 Mafia. E4s are corporals in the army, and the E4 Mafia are the ones who can, because they're not sergeants, the sergeants lean on them to get all this sketchy shit done. So she's heard through the corporal collective that it's definitely coming, that she's definitely going to be the first records clerk for Constable Command, for Constable Command 1, and that she's probably going to be the person who trains the Constable Command South person. So yay, mission accomplished. Super dorky, excited about it.
That is so amazing. I am so excited for you. When it officially comes through, let me know. I will take you out to celebrate.
Excellent. She's so happy, and yay. And then more mani-pedis, but from less
Also,
expensive places. Yeah. So the first day back goes pretty smoothly. Over the next couple of days, unless somebody needs me to not advance time a couple of days, you guys respond to go ahead, Ance.
We are going to have the night without the kid. And this just goes back to Anthony doesn't want to make Merle's marriage and child hobby for the character, but he does enjoy the night of freedom that Erie was offering him with his wife, and has and we have the talk that Merle is dreading, and that talk is, I'm pulling my weight, right? I'm not. I mean, I'm bringing in the extra money, but I'm pulling my weight at home, right?
Give me a second with that.
Sure. It is an important conversation for him to have.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at? Me?
Becky was raising her finger. I'm going to mute.
You were both muted for that.
I was confirming that his wife's name was Eurydice and his daughter's name was Persephone, and I wasn't flipping them. That was all.
No, that's fine.
Just remember that he and his wife call her Sephi quite often. So, yeah.
High or low, Ants?
Hi.
She goes, you know what, hun? Yes, I think you are. I think you helped the order a lot, and you basically kind of worked for my order for through the last few days, and I think that's why you're feeling this way, that you're not pulling your weight. But you come home and you take Sephi when you can, and on your 4-day stretches. I think you're just feeling this because basically you worked your 10, and then you had to help with the whole Gurkar situation through the 4, and I'm hosting through the 4, and then we gave her Sephi all that chocolate. And so now it just feels like it's a lot, but I think it's fine, hun. Things have been a lot easier around here, and you're only seeing me during your 10-day stretches. You're really only, and I don't know that you realize this, you're only seeing me at the very beginning of the day and the very end of the day. And that part's hard. Of course, I miss you, but what you're only seeing things when they're starting to ramp up, or when we're tired at the end of the day. But the fact is like with you earning extra money, it is easier. Like, I don't know if you realize that. And also, I don't know if this is because you took this job, but your cousins and your family aren't coming around as much, and that's easier too.
Okay.
You're muted.
Okay. Well, then, thank you for alleviating those fears. But it is important to me that you're not twisting on anything. So if it does become an issue,
I'm going to be happy when all of the sisters leave, as much as I loved them being here. But that's a lot. It's a lot hosting the High Mother, and it's a lot. It's all a lot right now, but it's temporary.
Yeah. Okay. Then sexy times. No,
I
I
told you
don't
to
know.
stop calling it that. Okay.
What's that, Josh?
I told you to stop calling that. Thank you, none for me. No.
Yeah. Now be free to advance time. I apologize. Okay.
In the next couple of days, you respond to a domestic disturbance, which is a drunk uncle and son in a house get into a fist fight over a thing that nobody can remember by the time you get there, and just everybody gets arrested. And then and then you have go ahead.
The drunk uncle starts singing Caribbean Queen, and then like drunkenly and sorry.
No, that's it. We weren't planning on arresting all of you, but you know what? We're sick of all of your shit. Everybody get in the conveyance. Everybody in the conveyance. We're done.
The charge can't be you irritated an inspector.
You want to bet?
Yeah, I do. It's okay. Hey, why don't you go over there and I'm going to talk to the son again.
You're just going to end up arresting them all. Mark my words. 30 minutes later, everyone is in the conveyance in cuffs.
I just wanted to note that my wisdom is 18. He's got a pretty good wisdom save. He's got a lot more patience than that, but it's a domestic, so it's a nightmare. They're always nightmares.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a nightmare.
Also, aside from dexterity, that is Aries' low stat. So her patience with all this nonsense is just fuck you.
What is my lowest? My wisdom?
It's of your mental stats. It's your low stat.
Yeah, it is.
So
definitely
you still have a very good wisdom, but also this is the sort of working class nonsense that you're just like, just shut up and walk away. Why do you just pretend? That's what we do. We just
go to one of your other 20 rooms and cool off.
Okay, so he took the last clementine that was on the table. Just send your man to get more. It takes 5 minutes. I'll get you clementines. I'll get you there is a 3-kilo bag for sale on the. I will bring you clementine.
Inspector Erie, I'd like you to take a moment to inventory their reading supplies. I'm going to talk to the uncle over here for a minute. Okay, that's what
you're going to arrest them all. Mark my words. That's how this will end.
So that's how we handle a domestic call, Josh.
Well, the uncle, when Ari pops up about just send your man, the uncle goes, well, let me tell you, and the son figures out what's about to happen, and claps his hand, and rushes to clap his hand over drunk uncle's face and mouth, looking like a tackle, collapsing both of them to the floor, which is now Merle trying to break it up, and Ari going, fucking arrest him. That's assault. I saw it. Like this
he has to want to press charges.
It ends with Merle sending Ari out of the house because she's just going to arrest these people.
You know what? We've been able to go ahead.
It does eventually end. If I have my druthers, you may want to make me make a persuasion check, which I'm not terrible at.
You can go persuasion or intimidation, and since you've sent Ari out, you don't get advantage on this. Also, Ari in the room while you're persuading would give you disadvantage because she's actively undermining what you're trying to do.
Hang on 1 second. I apparently have to sign back in as myself to roll things on my sheet. Hang on. No, it says I'm Suarez. Okay, hang on. Signing out. Sign in.
Wave of babies. It's never not funny to me. Just watching Anthony's eyes, this screen must be huge.
No, I was looking at a fly who's on our blinds. 21 all day with my persuasion.
Oh,
I'm
for
just
real?
gonna, yeah. It's a dirty 21, of course.
That's,
All 21s are dirty, Anthony. No, I just,
your persuasion's actually pretty good.
yeah, it is.
Why did you get a +6?
How did I get a +6? I just have a +3. I'm gonna roll it again and see if that happens again. No, it didn't. For some reason, it rolled a 21 the first time. It should have been a
an 18, which is still pretty
18.
good.
Yeah. Anyway, so like how it ends is.
Perception check the first time.
Oh, that's
Oh,
how
is that what it was? That's what it was. I did a perception check the first time. Not
all the P's are together because the skill list is in alpha order. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. So anyway,
It's how the alphabet works.
So so we'll say the 18, not the 17, 18 produced similar results. So you persuade them to shut the fuck up, or what do you?
no, I persuade them to see us all together against the upper classes like Erie represents, and that because I have to use that nervous tension that my partner produced. So yes, honestly, he does that. He goes, you see, it's us against them. And so eat the rich, baby. That's what it's gotta be. It's gotta be eat the rich. So yeah, he does just kind of go, come on, man. We're all you're just there's a lot of tension. The house is cramped, things are small, you're very drunk. You're slightly drunk. We just need everybody to.
The uncle breaks into a drunken slurry rendition of a working man song called "The Working Man," and the working man, which is a Jim Giddings original.
Yeah.
And they hug it out and they're crying, doing "I love you, man" by the time you leave.
Okay. Law. Nobody has to get arrested. I don't hear what Becky's saying.
I
can
am
just hear her muttering.
which is not helpful but just the this is bullshit all over Becky. It's so fucking good.
Just arrest them all.
Arrest these pores.
That's not even what Merle thinks.
Yeah.
He was just using the energy. We get back into the conveyance. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We get into the conveyance and go elsewhere.
Later in the week, there's like a at the equivalent in Heights Hollow, which is across the river. There's basically like a bodega is the victim of a smash and grab, and it takes you like all of 2 days to sort of track down just kind of local, not even necessarily like kids. It is sort of like a local street toughs, not quite a gang, but basically disenfranchised teenagers sort of like stealing for fun.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic right now, but you're talking about my bread and butter. That's what Merle did.
I'm
for
not
years and years. Yeah.
I'm not being sarcastic. Yeah. And that brings us to Friday night. So Friday night, you're about an hour from your shift being over when Sergeant Yavelda comes in and it's like, all right, we got two. And it's you guys and Anthony, who is both of you? I can't remember who your guys' training officer was. Do either of you remember your training officers?
She was a lovely lady. I don't have her name listed.
Was it Io or was it Melancholy? Was it the human, the black woman, or was it the tiefling?
Mine was the black woman.
Okay, so Io?
Yeah.
Valzon.
Melancholy. Okay. So it's you guys are in the station and Melancholy and her trainee are in the station. She's like, well, it's a Lieutenant Yavelda comes in from the desk and like, well, it's a very busy and jumping Saturday night. We've got 2 murder cases at 2 Friday night hotspots in 2 different places. There's apparently an attempted murder or murder at the Haven and Hell in Inferno Alley, and there's a straight up murder and attempted at the Recumbent Abyss and Dog's Isle. Who wants what? Melancholy goes, oh, we'll take Inferno Alley. And everyone is surprised to hear. Go ahead, Merle.
Dog's Isle, please.
Everyone is surprised to hear Captain Thorngage go, actually, Sergeant Valzon, I'd prefer if you took Dog's Island. And, you know,
I see the wisdom in that.
You know Melancholy. She's pretty affable. You like, you know, the tieflings have their virtue names, and sometimes they're very fitting, and sometimes they're not. And the reason Inspector Valzon goes by Mel instead of Melancholy is Melancholy doesn't really fit her personality, right? And Mel goes, just like turns and looks at him. You don't know her well, but in a way that is kind of like, Captain, and she's like, I'd really prefer it if you took Dog's Island and not the alley. And I don't think either one of you speak Infernal, correct?
No, we did not.
Yeah. I don't think he does either, but let me just double check. Nope. She looks at him for a second and the room goes a little tense. And she goes, seriously, Captain? And he goes, seriously. And she looks at her trainee and she goes, with me. And as she goes, kind of stomping past you two, you hear her mumbling something in Infernal. And Lieutenant Yavelda goes, and he's just standing in his office, sort of, you know, standing in the doorway to his office, leaning against it, you know, his arms against the door jamb, and he's just like looking. He's not registering the tension that Melancholy's put in the room. And just a second. And Lieutenant Yavelda, is that Anthony raising his hand or is that Merle raising his hand? Okay, then I'm going to pause you. And Lieutenant Yavelda goes, yeah, well, anyway, Merisandri and Sanderman, get over to the Haven and Hell in Inferno Alley. Player, what's up?
Can I make an insight check about the captain, please?
Sure.
To see what I can glean. I doubt I'll glean anything, but I'm going to try it anyway. Ooh, I'm going to roll a 1. Becky would like to try as well.
Okay, no advantage on these, by the way.
That'd be a nat 20 I rolled.
Okay.
So 24 all day.
Yeah.
Paid off.
What are you looking for specifically?
What I am looking for in that, because that happens Friday night. We've been back since Monday, which has given us enough time to hear about, you know, random bits of scuttlebutt and gossip.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm doing while this is playing out is I'm trying to go through and see if I can figure out what is causing this. This might have been better as a streetwise roll, though.
There is no streetwise.
There is no streetwise. Never mind.
No, insight's the right skill.
Does that make sense? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not necessarily. I did that with the camera because it fuzzed.
No, I know.
I'm not necessarily trying to figure out what's going on between. If there's something interpersonal there, I'm trying to see if I can figure out from things that I've heard around what's causing this.
this, you have heard absolutely nothing ever about Melancholy having any sort of attitude with a superior officer. And you've never heard anything like, you've in this entire time, you've never experienced nor heard of Captain Thorngage reassigning on the fly like that. And they weren't even assigned like, oh, Inferno Alley, that's my people. And Isle of Dogs, that's where Merle's from. And what you suspect is, your strong suspicion is, he doesn't want anybody going to where they already have an emotional involvement. So you know what Inferno Alley is. It's like knowing what the Castro is in San Francisco, right?
This is your people.
You know Isle of Dogs is where Merle's from. Anthony, does Ari know Merle's connection to the recumbent abbess? No. So yeah, player divorce any knowledge of that. So you're like, well, maybe she's from there. So here's,
Maybe
I
it
put that in
involves
there,
somebody
right?
she knows.
Right. So this is right. This is a city of about 6 million people, right? 5% of them are tieflings, very small. But 35%, so 5% of 6 million is like 300,000, right? So like a full third of the tieflings in Haven City live in or around Inferno Alley. So that's like 100,000 tieflings, all sort of like, that's going to be, it so appears to be a textbook. You don't get to go where you might be emotionally involved, and you don't get to go where you might be emotionally involved. That's what this really feels like to you. And he's not conveying any emotion. And the fact that one of his training sergeants just walked out of here grumbling under her breath in front of a trainee is fully grounds for her to be called into the office. And both the captain and the lieutenant just let her walk out doing that. Which should tell you, like, that's, everyone understands why she'd be pissed, and everyone's just giving her that grace right now.
Yeah, no, this is totally a no, we get it, but also just how this shit is.
Be mad as you want. This is a business decision, and you know it is, Melancholy. So
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, does Merle have any sort of response to, like, no, you can't?
Hold on really quick. I need like 3 minutes.
Okay.
No, Merle's exact response was, I respect that.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure if that was a player or if that was the character. All right. I'm going to run and pee while she's doing whatever she's doing.
Oh. It's recording. We're recording. Everything is still recording. I'm the only thing being picked up on the recording now.
Anthony sang a song before he left. Oh, I needed to.
Probably.
He sang a song about how he was the only one on the recording.
Yay! You sang a song about how you were the only one on the recording. I had to go put the enchiladas in the oven. So we had food.
No, the other way. There we go. Okay. What's up?
A magical dots box. It was all the reds and pinks.
Oh,
If that was all it was in this dots box. It was magic.
voxel dots.
Wave of babies.
Yeah, absolutely. Wave of babies.
Arrowed. Okay.
Okay. So you are actually not that far from, so here's CC1. And this district is the upper bottoms. This is the middle bottoms and the lower. So Inferno Alley, I'll just read you in case that's too small. But middle bottoms got added. So Inferno Alley, aka Tiefling Town. Technically, a part of the middle bottoms, this south of the river neighborhood has become a safe place for the Tiefling community. Inferno Alley is not exclusively Tiefling. In fact, they barely make up 50% of that area. But this is a huge difference to the rest of the city. Much of the real estate and many of the businesses are Tiefling owned. They're known for restaurants, nightlife, and sex work, but this is not all to the alley, as it's called. While the middle bottoms is known for its poverty, litter, and other social ills, the denizens of Inferno Alley engage in the daily struggle to keep their small corner of the city for them clean and safe. I left some words out, for them and theirs. There are not hard lines since this is not an official district, but these are the recognized boundaries, meaning what's drawn out. As you leave these lines, the Tiefling population thins out slowly. Something like 35% of Haven City's Tiefling population lives within a 20 minutes walk of the alley. In there, the sort of beating social nightlife heart of Inferno Alley is an inn and tavern called the Haven and Hell. You get there, and it is clear. So Merle has for sure not been there, ever.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll leave that up to Ari. If Ari hasn't been there, she's talked about Cathra being there. Here's how the Haven and Hell works. It is, I thought I had this written in here. Fuck, I bet I forgot to save it before I clicked out. Fuck. Google My Maps, I love and hate it. So it is mostly a place for locals and regulars, right? So the inn, the rooms, the 3 floors of rooms is like regular travelers and people who know it, as the upper bottoms gentrifies. And so remember, they're right on the border of the upper bottoms and the middle bottoms. As the upper bottoms, which is still working class, mostly, as it gentrifies, this edge of the middle bottoms gentrifies as well. So the Haven and Hell is starting to get more of it's starting to become more well-known outside of just the locals and the regulars. So like regular travelers will come and stay here. Thursday nights, Friday nights, and Saturday, the tavern, that's Haven. The tavern is the inn. I know I wrote this up. It's fucking deleted.
I'm laughing at your pain. Where are my fucking notes? Is every GM's lament. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I completely sympathize, Josh. I'm like
remembering rewording things. Maybe I put them on always write it in a Google Doc and then paste it into Maps. God damn it.
Hey, do a quick Control-V. See if it's still sitting in your copy or something. It's worth it.
No, because I copied
the siblings. Fuck.
Okay. Maybe it's somewhere else. In any case, so you kind of, it's almost two buildings connected by a hallway, which is the lobby. So you can go to the inn and stay. There's probably like, I don't know, 24 rooms there that you can stay in. It's mostly regular travelers, people who know it, right? The Hell is open. Hell's Tavern or Hell Tavern is open all the nights of the week, but you know, they're always hosting local bards, not exclusively tiefling bards, but a lot, right? But Thursday nights, Friday nights, and Saturday nights are the big nights, and it is basically a big showcase for local musical and performing talent. And a lot of the performing talent is a lot of drag show. It's a huge drag house. The Heaven and Hell is a huge drag house, and it's run. You've heard about the tiefling woman that runs it, but I don't think either of you know her name necessarily. You're just told that she just doesn't look like every other tiefling you've ever met, right? So you get there, and clearly there was the uniforms have got an alley to the side of the place, and this is a pretty big building, and there's an alley on either side of it that is presumably goes into the back. Out front is everybody who is in watching the show. Some of the performers are out there. You can actually see a very dark red tiefling with I need to stop saying that filler when I do descriptions, with blue horns, a male, younger, who is clearly giving directions. You do know the Heaven and Hell is owned and run, managed, led, whatever, by a tiefling woman. This is the most tieflings altogether you've ever seen in your entire lives, both of you. But it's not exclusively tieflings. What you do know, both of you, just roll a perception DC 15 with advantage.
How's about a
Ari?
no on that?
Ari is very focused on procedural stuff, but Merle clocks it real fast. So here's, where do I have it? I did. Humans are typically about 10% of the population of Haven City, scattered everywhere, right? The humans are the race with no home. Exceedingly few humans, and exceedingly few dwarves, who are also about 10%. To the point where it sticks out, right? Lots of tieflings. About the
So
usual.
I notice what's not there.
What?
So I'm noticing what's not there, and that's
Yeah.
humans and dwarves.
Yeah. You'll notice the tip of, well, on the 22, let me give you the whole thing. You're very much noticing that humans and dwarves are, while not completely absent, very rare in this crowd. Not everyone else. Tabaxi are about the same as you normally see them, 5%. Halflings a little more than normal. Half orcs, goblins a little bit more than normal. Gnomes a little bit more than normal. Hobgoblins about the same. So it appears.
Does that have? No, never mind. Sorry.
No. Okay. So the unis have the entrance and the one alley, the north alley, cordoned off, and that blue tiefling that I mentioned appears to be giving, sort of directing people who you're guessing are the staff, and they're walking around with trays with drinks on, trying to keep the crowd present and also kind of mollified, because the other thing that you notice that Ari doesn't is this crowd, while compliant, is loud, and you do hear a lot of laughing, but you also notice a lot of, like, they are not looking at the uniforms with any sort of
respect.
fondness.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it's a lot of eye rolling, it's a lot of disgust, it's a lot of impatience. It's that sort of, I would not go so far as to say this is an ACAB crowd, but this is a definitely a we don't need you here crowd. As you're coming up, you do notice that there is a uniformed constable who's sitting down on a curb, and they've bandaged his head, and there's a couple of his compatriots around him, sort of like, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" Doing that sort of deal.
Okay, and that's a uniform?
Yeah, you guys are the first inspectors on scene. Well,
Okay.
you're the only inspectors on scene. But yeah, there appears to be a uniform hurt at the scene. He's sitting up, he's talking, and so you catch that as well, Ari. Like, you see the crowd, you don't notice the sort of offset in the racial demographics. You don't notice the crowd is not fond of the cops. I think probably because you're like, oh, a uniform got hurt here. And what you don't see is at the front of the building from here, you don't see a body. So far right now, the only person who's been hurt you see is this uniform.
Just for clarification, what are we out here for again? Precisely, what was
either a murder or attempted murder?
I'm gonna lean down to Erie.
Mm-hmm. And none of the unis seem to have noticed you yet. They are engaged in crowd control and tending to their wounded fellow.
Lean down to Erie and go, I'm gonna follow your lead on this because this is your tribe. I'm subordinate to you as far as anybody's concerned right now, okay? I'm going to talk to the uniforms and see what's going on with that. Do you want to locate the body or victim? Okay. So we're going to split the party, Josh. Good news.
Do you mean like you did in the White Wolf case? Yeah, okay.
like we always do, yeah.
All right, just to see.
Did we die?
Just to be, I mean, that's not terribly likely right now. Just to see who goes, who will do first. Can we just get initiative rolls? And don't forget, you need to, your weapons of warning give you advantage, so you need to right click it to do it, give it yourself the advantage.
Well, I got either a 5 or a 6, so
I got a 17.
Anthony got a 17.
Okay. You guys know you can right click it on the initiative and tell it to just roll the advantage for you. Okay.
I forgot to do that, and I'd already rolled one time.
If you put in the Beyond 20 Chrome extension, it will do all that stuff for you, but it does this other thing that I'm not thrilled with. Beyond 20 is a virtual tabletop, but what it does do is it handles all the adjustments on rolling automatically better than D&D Beyond does, which is interesting. Okay, Ants, first, what are you doing?
I'm walking over to the wounded guy.
You walk up, and they're all talking to him, and as you walk up, they say, "Oh, Inspector, sorry, we didn't notice you here. We knew constable inspectors were coming. So let me find the sergeant for you."
And he nods and looks around at the other officers as if to say, except for the one holding the coffee and comforting him with the blanket, except for that one, he's going to look at the others without and non-verbally say, "Isn't there something you could be doing?"
Roll law and procedure. I was going to say intimidation, but that's not exactly right.
$16.
Yeah, they're like suddenly going, "Hey, ground, look at you." Yeah, they suddenly start helping their figuring out how to like do something a little bit more useful. And then a half orc female wearing sergeant's chevrons, but just a constable sergeant, not an inspector, comes up and he's like, she goes, "Inspector, I'm Sergeant Kriega. So here's what we think happened. Your Vic, you technically have two, although we think one might. We're waiting for the alchemists to arrive or the healers. We're pretty sure one's dead. We think the other one is maybe. We appear to have had a couple go out of the alley with a third. Some altercation happened. Somebody noticed, one of the staff noticed a spell being discharged, and by the time everybody gets out there, we have a tiefling on the ground, we have a human on the ground, and a missing girlfriend. The club, I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but these people do not want us here. The owner is inside, or the owner's actually around the corner in the alley, and she didn't want to be away from, I think it was a regular. The person who got hurt is one of her regulars. So she said she'd wait there to talk to you. She was like, frankly, we could have pulled her in, but I just don't think the crowd definitely would not have been on our side if we tried to get her away from the scene. So, you'll forgive us for not following procedure on this one, but this is a lot. Like, and this sergeant, this is a yoked female half orc who, like, but just like looking at this crowd going, and she's older than you, looking at this crowd going like, "I would rather you yell at me than deal with all of this." Like, you can tell that's what's going on in her head.
And he says, and what he says is, when she finally finishes, he goes, "Inspector Merle Sanderman, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sergeant." He goes,
"Do you offer your hand or something?"
"I do." Yeah.
Yeah, she shakes your hand. She's like, "Yeah, sorry about that."
He goes, "No." And he just nods it off and goes, "No, you made the right decision. Is there any chance none of this took place, in my understanding, in the club proper, correct?"
No, it was all out in the alley, but from everything we can tell, like it started in the club, whatever it was. The other thing is, so that spell going off is like what caught the attention of my the dwarf, he's like Constable Delg, and the constable who's got his head wrapped up is a dwarf, and she goes, "So Constable Delg heard whatever it was that was happening. He said it sounded like an argument. Something got out of hand. He saw a flash of fire, and whatever happened, just as he came around the corner to see what, he got clocked in the head and got knocked out. So by the time, he was on foot patrol. We don't go on foot patrol in singles here in the Middle Bottoms, but his partner was around the front. So Whoever
Say
hit
this-
him, we're not sure.
He goes, I'm not familiar with this district, honestly. I don't think I've ever been here. Is there a lot of hostility towards the constabulary in Inferno Alley?
It's not just Inferno Alley. The lower bottoms and the middle bottoms don't care for us at all.
Is there a reason for that? I'm sorry. Okay. What would be your perceived reasons behind that?
Well, there's a lot of poverty in these districts, and there's a lot of people who make their living off of doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And I think there's a lot of we don't solve all our cases down here, and I think that people.
Okay, so let me ask you, what if I were to walk over and ask one of them, what would they say?
I mean, I don't know, sir. I don't know, Inspector. I think they'd probably tell you that we're not going to do anything anyway.
Gotcha. Okay. You don't see that as the case. You're not very permissive as a constabulary.
Well, nobody wants to help it. There's never. You go talk to all of them. Nobody saw shit.
I worked as a constable for 8 years. I'm not completely foreign to the concept of nobody wants to help nobody. I get it. I'm asking because I'm going to start building a case here in a few minutes, and I was just trying to get the lay of the land.
Okay.
Are you? There's no aspersions being cast here, Sergeant.
Okay.
So
you calm the sergeant down. If you want to rephrase that question, you can.
Okay. What would be the thing that would calm her down further?
I don't think there's like the crowd dispersing, but I don't think you're going to pull that off.
No. His plan for that. He goes, my partner's inside making the initial inspection. They're going to probably meet outside with the owner. What's the opportunity? What do you think the owner's opinion is going to be at getting all these people back inside or dispersing?
Oh, Moni's not letting the rest of Friday night go. Like the Haven and Hell will be going until 3 or 4 in the morning. So
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they don't need to be in the street if they could be inside having the party. It would be in her best interest. It would be in the crowd's best interest. It'd be in your best interest. I'm saying once we get the inspection done inside, we get everybody back inside and partying and not so angry at us.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but we're just keeping it cleared for you guys and for the.
I appreciate that. Okay, so give me 2 minutes. I'm going to make contact with my partner, who's already starting our investigation.
Okay.
And then Anthony's going to mute because Becky's going to start talking and making inquiries. And yeah. And don't forget Merle waited for a bit for the sergeant. So like when you're jiving time, you don't have to be. Yeah.
Okay. Is this your way of like, I don't want to role play for at least 15 minutes. That's what.
No, that's not what. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if things don't jive up, if Becky takes longer or a shorter amount of time, you could just go, okay, well, that looks like that's leveled off. So, okay. I was trying, it's one GM to another. I was trying to say that. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm just fucking with you. Yeah. Okay. Becky, so when Merle goes off to talk to the unis who are out on the street, do you go in? Do you follow around to the cordoned off alley? Where do you go?
I'm going to head around to the cordon. No. He didn't go to the cordoned off alley, though.
No, he was out front.
Yeah. I'm going to go towards the alley because that looks like the interesting space.
Okay,
I just had a moment in my head where I went, why am I following Merle? Just hello.
Don't forget, I'm in charge. Yeah. You go to the corner of the building. There's again there is some uniform constables doing sort of crowd control. As you get to the corner, there's a constable standing there and going, Moni's, and he goes, Moni's back here with a friend. Her name's Pandemonium, the owner. She goes by Moni. She's the purple one. And And this is a goblin officer talking to you.
You'll notice her right away. She's purple.
Yeah. Well, it'll be clear for in a second why the purple one is. So Becky, Ari, roll a history first. No, roll a perception first, flat, and then roll a history flat.
Perception is going to be a 13. History is also going to be a 13.
13's for all my people.
13s, bitches!
So on the 13 perception check, as you're cruising through, you're like, you pause and you turn back and you're like, huh, all the unis at this scene are orcs, half-orcs, goblins, and hobgoblins. That's interesting. And then
I know we've got some tiefling unis.
Not here.
Mm.
And then as you're turning the corner, you're like, the purple one, huh, I've never seen a purple tiefling before. I've seen various shades of red and I've seen various shades of blue. And Mel black. You've seen, but not African American black like drow black. So they don't normally, you haven't seen purple ones before.
Unusual.
You're like, what am I, a fucking tiefling expert over here? I can't believe I'm losing to this guy. Yeah, actually, let me.
Spinozo!
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So you're walking, you turn down the alley and you see a pair of tieflings talking, and there's another constable there that they're kind of ignoring, but the constable is standing over like two bodies on the ground that until you walk up all the way, you can't identify. Well, not can't identify, but you need to see them a little closer.
I don't have eagle vision. It's okay. Well,
Yep,
I'm going to walk up.
Okay, as you're walking up, you immediately pick out Moni or Pandemonium, and roll another perception and just don't get a 1. We'll say DC 5.
11.
Okay, so you're walking up, and that is a pretty freaking tall tiefling. That is a really tall tiefling. And the horns going more or less straight up. They tilt forward a little bit, but the horns going more or less straight up is, wow, that's okay.
Imposing.
Yeah, that's a lot of. All right. And what the thing that so you're friends, pretty good friends with Temerity Vorlance, and you've seen tieflings. And the thing that every tiefling you've ever seen has those sort of the cloven feet, the sort of bovine looking feet. And you, especially being the halfling, as you're walking up, notice that in addition to that very expensive gold silk of her chemise and the very expensive velvet of her dress, you see very expensive color matched boots for human looking feet. And you see another one standing with her. Hold on, I'm gonna double check something on her. Nope, description is where that lives, Josh. Yeah, without the horns, she's 6'2".
Damn.
Which is, I think, like Merle's height.
Mm-hmm. Just
And
about.
those horns probably come off of her head another 8 to 12 inches. So she is very tall, and fairly live frame. She's standing next to another tiefling who you catch in side profile and talking to her, and you recognize this tiefling, although you've never seen this tiefling out of their armor before. But in a blue frock coat, you see Temerity standing there talking to her. And so this alley is, I don't know, 50 feet back. Like this is a pretty big building. So how do you respond when you see Temerity?
That bitch is stepping out on me. No, I'm kidding. No, Ari is gonna pull up short for a moment and then try and step back and then approach a little louder. That's a very awkward way to do this, but she doesn't know what to do.
What are you trying to do?
Not sneak up on them.
Okay. So you're walking up. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're talking, and Pandemonium or Moni. No, it's pretty difficult to hear out here. Pandemonium like says something and nods with her chin, points with her chin in your direction, and Temerity looks at you. And for a second, there's not a hint of recognition. You seeing that, like walking up and seeing Temerity, I would imagine you have a little, like, oh yeah, I get to see Temerity, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see it just for a second there, and then there's like it's like one of these. She's talking to Moni. She looks at you and then says something, and then goes, "Hi." So you're here tonight.
I am assigned the case.
I see. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you again.
It's good to see you as well. Moni, I hope it's not too forward to call you that. Addressing the other tiefling, because this feels awkward and I don't want to talk about it right now with her. Okay. I don't know what's going on. This is weird. This is social.
Yeah. She goes,
I'm glad I sent you off alone.
What did he say?
Well, now I'm glad I sent you off alone. I'm in charge here, motherfucker.
Okay. She goes, oh, Inspector, I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Moni does?
That's what Moni says to you.
My apologies. Officially Inspector Merciandi, but please call me Ari.
Inspector Ari, well, she's already vouched for you, so I'm not going to ask to see your badge. But no, it's fine. Everyone calls me Moni. Pandemonium is a bit of a mouthful. I'm guessing my reputation precedes me. I'm the owner-operator of the Haven in Hell.
This is not Ari. This is Becky trying to figure out how to phrase the next few things and go through the next few things.
Do you want me to pause because Moni's next step was going to be, as you can see, but...
No, go ahead.
Okay. She says, as you can see, we've had a bit of an incident. This young tiefling lad on the ground here is named Vigil. He's a regular of mine. he and his girlfriend Divinity were having, well, a discussion, let's say, and this young man, who I don't know, was involved in that discussion. You can see they have both been shot with crossbows, with a crossbow. The young man on the ground that she can't, who she says she doesn't know, is a very fair-skinned human. Not white, but basically is a white boy. And you'll both recall most Haven City humans are people of color. So Divinity and Vigil, well, how do I put this delicately? And she looks at Temerity, and Temerity goes, "Macaw Mama?" And Moni giggles and says something in Infernal to her, and she goes, "Divinity has a fetish for humans." Which, you know, I don't know how much you know, but many young tieflings feel like monogamy is a tool of the oppressor, and they don't subscribe to it. So I think what was happening, you know, I'm very busy. It's a Friday night. You can see all of our people were out front. I'm sure you noticed, enjoying the show. But Divinity and Vigil met their little macaw here, and Temerity goes, "You shouldn't call him that. You don't know what his name is." Okay, met this young man here, and I think they were negotiating something. They left through the side door, which is not terribly unusual. And then the next thing we knew, he had let off a hellish rebuke. I assume this is Vigil's hellish rebuke. Something happened out here, and the next thing we know, a bunch of us rush out, and voila. But she says whatever the infernal word for voila is when she says it.
Voila.
Voila. Well, no, remember infernal sounds like Hindi or Arabic, so, but yes.
So, how long ago did this happen, ma'am?
Well, somebody called the inspector's office right away. I'm not sure who, but so, I mean, in that trip, I wouldn't think would have taken you on the conveyance, you know, lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes maybe. So she'll say like within the half hour.
Nobody recognized the young man?
We don't get a lot of, no, we don't get a lot of people.
That's what I was thinking. The rarity alone would have perhaps made him stand out in someone's.
Oh, we noticed him. We just didn't know who this particular macaw was. Roll your history. No, wait. I lied. Earlier when you said it should be streetwise, what did we say? Insight, right? Roll insight. This is an insight roll. Come on, Josh, think about it.
Nat 20.
Okay.
24 all day.
So
hookers.
No, not hookers. No. Macaw is a very derogative term for humans. And the reason they're called macaws, so in certain circles, they're called either bases or basic or macaws, and like macaws just mimic speech. They don't really know what they're saying. Like that the human is the most, like, you know, that in certain circles they're like, you know why the human god abandoned them is because they were trying to get you know, the best of everything, hence bipedal and but like then abandon them because they're so uninterested and boring and basic. And that's why they're just lost and adrift, because their god doesn't even care about them. They're so insignificant. And you know that stems from humans in the hegemony were the house Negroes were the most valued.
Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
They had it easy when the rest of us were getting fucked.
Yeah. So a macaw mama is basically like basic is a way of saying they have jungle fever for humans. It's a very derogatory way of saying somebody who likes to have sex with humans. Yes, ants.
I'm going to assume I'm already familiar with that slur.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just not the sort of thing that is said around your sort of society, but it's used a lot. It's kind of like when queer people call straight people breeders. It's that kind of slang. So it's derogatory, it's dismissive, it is
for real ugly.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not said in polite society. And it's because rap music is not a thing, it's not even a thing that's filtered up, right? It's not street slang that would have filtered up, except for Aries been around the world, right? Disa and Dane probably wouldn't know it. Cathra would, right? If you only ever live north of the river, you're not going to come across it very much.
Okay.
And it's on that natural 20. It's also kind of like what you know of Temerity. It's surprising you that she's just gently chiding Moni for saying it.
No, you know what's really surprising me? Her get up.
Yeah, that's unusual as well, too. You've never seen her out of her armor.
What is her official title again?
Whose? Temerity's?
Temerity's.
Haven City Prosecutor. Do you mean her work title, or does she have like a...
Prosecutor is the one I was looking for.
Vorlance.
Vorlance is her name.
Temerity Vorlance. Okay, so we're waiting on the alchemist to get here to confirm that they're dead.
Are you player asking, or are you asking the NPCs?
Player asking.
Well, you get the first pass as the inspector to see what's happening, but yeah, they won't move the bodies. Like that's why the constables have pushed everything off. Nobody's looked inside the building for a clue as far as you know. The uniforms, once an inspector's called, the uniforms just keep everybody from, like, what do you call it? Dirtying the crime scene, infecting,
contaminating.
Contaminating, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
baby, thank you.
And it's just the two victims. That's Divinity and Vigil, right?
No, Divinity is missing. Divinity is the girl who is not here.
Oh.
Vigil is here, and the human is here. And the human is been burned by the Hellish Rebuke and shot with a crossbow. And go ahead and roll your investigation to just do your first pass over the bodies.
10 all day.
Okay. So the human, John Doe, has been shot with a crossbow and burned. Vigil, the tiefling male, has been shot with a crossbow, and you notice some bruising on the face. Very recent, like he's been in a fist fight or something. And that's what on a 10, that's what you got.
Okay.
And this is why we don't separate from our partners, because we lose advantage on our rolls.
Let me know when I catch up.
Were you going to go talk to the crowd to try and go as soon as we're done? We'll let you back in. Oh, okay.
He's not the owner of the business. So he's not going to be doing that.
Fair enough. Okay. I still feel like remember, Ari also had to walk down this alley and such, right?
Right.
So,
I'm going to catch up with her, not inside the club, but in that alley. Because he went into the club.
you went through you're going through the club?
Yeah.
Okay. As you're going through, are you just walking through to get there, or are you paying attention? Roll your investigation. Yeah. Also, Becky, I'm not necessarily switching over to him. You said you were trying to figure out how to say something else. So he's not coming out until you figure out how to say what you wanted to say. Unless you change your mind. Or you're just full of Tootsie Pop and you can't talk right now. Or a mouthful of.
That's a 22 all day.
Okay. On a 22, which is very good, this looks like one would expect it to look like, right? Like a club that was suddenly emptied. You are looking around for stuff. You have some general idea, by the way, Ari went. There's not a whole lot of side exit doors, but fire codes. And so you're looking around and nothing is pinging as like particularly unusual here, but you're also like, this is just the worst place to have to try to investigate something. There were so many people in this big ass room. And unless somebody's going to go start trying to question the crowd, but you're not sure about what yet. You're just like, hey, did anybody see anything? Yeah, we see a half-orc badge wasting our time.
Right. Okay, yeah.
And
So
Madame Zazatska's final piece was interrupted, and it's not going to play as well. Never mind, I'm not going to get into the drag drama with you right now. Right. But yeah, I mean, like, you give this place a thorough once-over, like thorough. That 22 is a solid roll. And you're just like, it's sort of hard because you don't know what you're looking for exactly here, but also the detritus of a fucking club on Friday night, right? You're just like, oh, fuck me in the goat ass.
He was also like pretty sure that it was going to be pointless to try to investigate inside. Anything we're going to get is from witnesses.
So you do,
and that's only going to be so useful as to witnesses at a party, right, noticing things that, yeah.
Right. So you do see that the blue tiefling with the smaller horns is clearly, like, as you're going through, he's like, oh, sorry, Inspector. No, Meredith. No, not cocktails. Just beer and wine. And somebody get some fucking hors d'oeuvres out here before they drunk on the street. Like, you're muted, and you're both muted.
As he's passing through to the guy with the short horns, he goes, you might as well get him ready to start lining up to come back in. We're only going to be a few minutes. I'm sorry about the disruption.
He looks at you and goes, really?
Yeah, start getting him ready. Don't let him in, but start getting him ready to come back in, okay? Like, start staging him to come in.
Okay.
Just a thought, you're probably losing a lot of money on liquor sales alone.
It's not the liquor sales that I'm worried about, honey, but okay, we'll start getting them ready.
And then he hits the side door.
All right.
And as he comes back into
you're not there yet.
Okay, sorry.
Becky Shark, Becky.
So what I was trying to figure out what to say and how to ask or how to phrase is whether there's a known pimp, for lack of a better word, for white boys. Connections have to be made.
Right.
If they were meeting up here in the club, that indicates that this is probably their first meeting location. They brokered a deal through somebody else to get the gears going. If Divinity's
Are you
missing
saying
and
all
these
this,
two
or
are here
are you
dead,
saying all this, or are you?
this is Erie running through things
Okay.
in her head as she's doing the once over that shitty to try and see what she can figure out. Is she is trying to figure out,
And the tiefling and licensed sex work is legal in Haven City, and the tieflings are known for it because they're exotics and people fetishize them. So
right.
So how do you
Even
say
if
that
it's-
though?
Well, there are specialties. You don't. There are specialties and there are people who are interested in different things. If you're smart, you form a business or you form a network where you can refer people, or you can refer clients to one another. You group like-minded interests together. White boys or white people fetishization, especially to this level, with the population, their relative size, would be something that would be specialized in niche. I would think there would be one or two people noted that you could go to.
Mm.
I'm not necessarily going to ask Moni because that seems like, I'm not going to say an offensive jump.
Pander.
No. Here's what it is. Well, you're a tiefling, and I know tieflings do the sex work, so you must do that thing. It's the, well, you all know one another and you all do the same thing. You're
boomer,
interchangeable.
yeah, full boomer energy. No.
Yeah, that's why Erie is mainly running through it in her head right now,
As
and
you're, like,
honestly
circling the
preparing a
bodies?
list of queries. What?
Okay. Like as you're circling the bodies?
Yeah, as I'm circling the bodies, as I'm looking, and then as I'm preparing to head into the club and take a look around there to see if there's anything that I can see. There's always paths on everything. There's paperwork on everything. She's just finding the paperwork.
Okay. As you're circling the bodies, Temerity, I mean, I'm assuming you're walking around and like making notes and stuff, right? Okay. As you do that, Temerity steps away from Moni and do you look up when she says something? It's an infernal, by the way.
If it's an infernal, I'm assuming infernal is not a language that you can easily mistake for.
It does not have a language group. No, it's
No.
like mistaking English and Hindi. Like they don't sound anything alike.
Then no.
Okay. Temerity comes in and stands next to you and says, so they couldn't have shot each other, right? Because neither one of them are armed.
Of course, the only other option is they did shoot each other and Divinity took the crossbow or crossbows and ran off. But if that's the case, why would,
right?
It makes no sense. So somebody was waiting here. The question is whether he was bait or collateral damage.
Right. So I don't know if you talked to the constable out front, but he heard Vigil's hellish rebuke go off and came to check, and that's when he got clocked in the head. Now that's a dwarf skull. From what Moni tells me about Divinity, she's more charmed than brawn. So I'm not sure she clocked him in the head and knocked him out. So there's got to be at least one other person here, right?
Right.
The crossbow wounds are weird. Roll an investigation with advantage.
Is it going to look like these are crossbow wounds made by that fancy thing I just vouched for? That'd be 24 all day.
The bolts would not be sticking out of them if they were shot with an armbrust.
Okay.
It'd also be real noticeable.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So you stand next to Temerity, like looking at them, and Vigil is shot center mass. And the John Doe is shot like right. I mean, it could be, but like perfectly center mass, right? And John Doe is shot in the shoulder in a place that is, you could very easily hit collarbone here, but he's shot in a place that's going to hit a bunch of soft tissue and make him cry out. Now that could just be how the shot went, but looking at, she goes, so somebody's either shooting fast. I don't know. I can't figure out why they're not both shot center mass. But if you look at the way they're standing, I think they were, and you see this, like you can sort of, you've gotten good at this, right? You can look at sort of how their bodies fell and thinking about how this might have gone down. And you can sort of, roof of a neighboring building. Like the angles are not, we're on the same plane getting shot. The angles are we're being shot from above. She's like, but these don't look like it was somebody. She's now whispering to you, like, and almost doing this thing, like where Moni's on that side, right? And she's like, but it, like, this looks like shot from above to me, right? Okay. Lure the tieflings out?
To what purpose?
I don't know.
I need to learn more about divinity, I think.
Yep.
And I need to catch up with my partner. And Becky has to use the restroom.
Okay.
So we got to pause. I have looked weird because I've been trying not to shit myself.
That's exactly what I thought that face was. That's the don't shit myself face.
As she left, Becky said, "You're welcome. Goodbye." What I have come to realize from Google Meet is that my friends and I all like to make finger mustaches.
Finger goatee. Finger Van Dyke.
Who does this though? Who sits like children? Children sit like
Weirdos. When you were breaking up the domestic, and you're also like, but also fuck the rich, right? And she's like, yeah, you're fine, Ari. It's fine. You're privileged. You grew up around that. That's fine. But also, I'm an anarcho-socialist, and we want to eat you.
It's not actually Merle's opinion.
No, I know, but it was,
yeah.
it was so.
Yeah.
I like that Ari, who is typically a very patient person, was just like, fuck these drunk assholes. Throw them in prison.
I think Bex just knows too much about police work to know that to just know that domestics are a giant pain in the ass. It's also we've been watching a lot of murder porn. I don't know if you've been watching the case that happened with the guy who got murdered named Kevin Bacon. Have you seen any of that? No. Okay. Well, the guy who murdered him got him into his basement using Grindr. After he'd also used Grindr to get two other men into his basement who fled his basement. were helped by the police, and that guy was never given any.
Nobody ever went and questioned him.
Not really. They all just went, "Oh, it's a gay thing. Gross," and stepped away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that kind of like what happened with Dahmer? Is the
It's exactly what happened with Dahmer, and it's the same fucking thing. And it's what happened in Toronto a few years ago with another serial killer. It's what happens a lot with gay serial killers. They get away with shit that they really shouldn't be because nobody wants to investigate. No straight cop wants to investigate a gay domestic.
Well,
or
especially
really,
a gay black domestic. But yeah,
well, not even
have you
worse,
seen-
right?
have you seen Black TikTok going like, all you people who are simping over the Netflix documentary about Dahmer, there's a fucking problem.
Yeah. Like I said with Dahmer, I reading true crime stuff, and yeah, I get it. I understand it. I feel sympathy for Dahmer as well. That said, he murdered people. Come on, everybody. Let's go ahead and remember that.
Well, but also like the really good question is, why is it okay to humanize him and feel bad for him, but not his
Right.
victims?
Fucking absolutely. Yeah, that's for trues fucked up. One of the reasons we like that guy that we watch, that Irish guy that we watch twice a week.
TikTok?
Not TikTok, on YouTube. When we were up visiting you, we talked about him. He's a guy who hosts that chapter. The reason we like him, like one of the big reasons I like him, is anytime mediums come in, he calls them full of shit. And they come in with alarming frequency. A medium came in to assist with the case and lied, is how he refers to them doing things. But also, he really spotlights every victim. He goes, "This is this victim, and this is the people they loved and what they were like." And it's really nice that he does that. It makes you feel for the victims. And then, yeah, that's a thing that I think needs to happen more often.
I think it's a problem, especially given how many white women are into true crime. I think there's a problem with true crime as a genre in that the only person it humanizes is the person committing
Doing
the crime,
fucking crime. Yeah.
Right. It's very easy to, like, especially in the serial killer genre, mostly white men doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it just feeds into your patriarchy and the centering of white maleness. And it's like, okay, this is what you want to do. This is what you want to look at as entertainment. Well, that's very interesting. And how are you as a white woman continuing to work to help to hold up the patriarchy and white supremacy? Interesting.
It is.
I'm going to pee. I'll be right.
It's disheartening. Go right ahead and pee. Once again, I'm alone on the recording, singing to you about nothing in particular. Josh and I were just talking about serial killers. That's sad. So sad. People die. It's often sexual. That makes me sad. Because they're not predators so much as little creepy perverts. And that doesn't get addressed often enough. Because what they're doing is masturbating with people that they murder. And that isn't cool.
I like your songs.
I was all prepared to do one about you preparing things in the kitchen, but you didn't really prepare things. You just grabbed one thing. Just getting ready.
Sorry.
Don't sweat. You came back with your hair down, looking looking quite different after saying, "I gotta go take a shit." Um,
I had to get naked for this shit.
It was one of those shits where your leg just quivers all on its own. It shakes there for even after you're done. You gotta stay because you're not sure if old shaky there is gonna be able to support you when you stand up, and God knows you don't want to fall back into that. Yeah.
That's why I just have started flushing before I even get up these days.
Whatever it is that's happening in that bowl, I don't want to see it. Looking up at me, Father.
But that's the past, and I'm not living in the past.
Life is good.
If Becky's shits call her father, that's really weird.
No, no, it was you. You say I flush before I get up. Yeah, I don't want to see what's happening back there.
Father, I disavow you.
Revenge will be mine.
So
Okay, so Ari was trying to figure out, like, hey, are you pimping white boys?
no, not temerity.
No, I know, to pandemonium, to money.
No, not to Moni either. And
Oh.
she's specifically not asking Moni because she doesn't want it to be, hey, I know 3 tieflings now. One's a prosecutor, one's a constable, and then you're the other generic tiefling, so you do all the other tiefling shit. Like I hear
So
you make
take care of all the rest of it.
Yeah. So I'm specifically not asking. Also, she seemed a little ambiguous, didn't seem to know him. I don't think she's pimping that white boy, even if she is pimping white boys. No, it looks like a shot came from building above, looking at how they file. Can I pinpoint which building?
Yeah, it's the one right on that 20, on that 19, on that 24. It's the one right next to it. So if you're in the north alley, it's the one right next to it on the north side. Well, it's technically northwest, but we'll just say north to keep it clear.
Okay. All right, so we're going to need to go check that out. I still want to try and see where they were sitting before all of this happened. I don't know why. It seems like a good idea.
Okay, you say, do you say, like, do you say anything out loud to Temerity about, I'm pretty sure it came out of that building or anything like that?
Yeah, we've been standing here talking. She hasn't iced me out or done anything rude. I'm being discreet. I'm not like jumped around. How's it going, pal? But we're talking, and that's what she's doing is going. It came from that building up there across the way.
She looks up at it and she goes, "You're sure?" She's like,
Pretty sure.
She's like, "Well, you're good," and gives you, like, with her face turned away from Money, like gives you a wink.
Oh, the goosh. No, I'm kidding. Just because that's funny. No, she goes,
Anthony's
yeah,
gonna
no,
unmute to tell me it's inappropriate that you're his wife.
and she'll go, no, if you look at the angles and
No.
how they felt given relative heights, it makes sense. That's the only one it could have come from.
No, I was going to say classy.
So she looks at you and goes, and
I'm
she
gonna
turns
go
to
check
Money
it
and
out.
goes, "What's next door?" And she goes, "Oh, it's Secret Salve. It's an apothecary." Why? And Money goes, "Why?" Like, but also, she runs a bar. Why would she know? Okay.
Pipe. I broke my pretty little purple glittery one.
Mm.
As expected, it was a bloodbath of glitter.
It was like a pixie axe murderer. Yeah.
Well, and apparently the fluid that they used to fill the pipe to float the glitter in is not just water, it's some sort of slightly viscous, sticky
Well,
thing.
Yeah. No, because
So
water
there's
would
like
expand too much
stripes.
and have cracked it. But
Huh?
water would it's got to be some sort of mineral spirit or oil because water would expand and contract with the heat and
It would also evaporate eventually.
well, not if it was sealed. How did you break it?
I knocked it off, so it was sitting in my little pipe case with my metal grinder, and I happened to pop my foot off at the bed at just such an angle that it hit my case, which flew into the wall, this end first, which is where the pipe was, and then the metal grinder came up and smacked against the end, so it just fractured right at the bowl. So, yeah. Well, I assume that the grinder flew up, but based on, evidence and my ability to pretend shit, I think it happened.
Okay. It makes sense.
It's from where it was from where it was sitting and everything. And I heard a distinct boom sound. So anyways, all of that. Secret salve?
I found out where I wrote the description of the Haven in Hell. Sorry, it wasn't on the map.
Yay!
It wasn't.
Well, good.
Sorry, I'm totally fucking with the mood of this game, but okay.
It's okay.
Yay, notes! All right.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to be gained from this scene specifically. We'll keep this direct area cordoned off, but once we swing through and check the area they were sitting, I don't see a reason to keep the rest of the club closed. I'm going to go collect Merle, and we're going to try and check out the apothecary, see what I can...
Almost as if on cue, Merle comes out of the side door.
Hello.
Could you hear him okay, Josh?
Yeah.
Inspector Sanderman.
You come out and roll me a perception, Anthony.
Mysterious.
And Ari is sitting there with a fan for some reason over her face. And Ari is standing there talking to, over the bodies, talking to Temerity, who is dressed in a blue frock coat and pants, and bracers, and you are 6'2", right? Like that's Merle's height. And the tallest tiefling you've ever seen with those big purpley black horns that come up about another foot. Yep. And sorry, it's the clicking through all the fucking character sheets. And goes, you must be the partner, Inspector Sanderman.
That is me.
I need to run get the enchiladas.
Okay.
Moved really quick.
Yes.
I hope she doesn't poop in them.
I find that highly unlikely. Why would she poop in them?
I'm just saying, if she says, hey, it's dinner time, and she's not eating, but waiting for you to eat, doing her Becky face like this. Don't eat it because those are poop geladas.
What is the prosecutor's last name?
Vorlance.
Vorlance?
Vorlance. All Tiefling last names in Haven City begin with a V.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to put it in the chat?
Please.
On that 12, you didn't notice, also because of your height and the angle you saw, you didn't notice that she has humanoid feet. Just FYI.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
If so, you can reference it if Ari says something to you about it, but you didn't see it.
Cool. I'm not sorry you're back.
So you must be Inspector Sandeman, the partner. So do you two want to come look inside? Is that your next step? Moni
I've
said,
taken a cursory look. Inspector Erie, have you looked inside yet? It seems to me that there's little to be gleaned there. And Hell, the name of the tavern, again, the club.
Haven and Hell.
Haven and Hell, I believe would be best served, along with the constabulary of Inferno Alley, with getting the patrons back inside as soon as possible. I haven't had the opportunity to investigate to the degree which my partner has, so I would like to confer with her for a moment.
Well, she just said that she wanted to go inside and talk to you, so
I will adjourn inside. Yeah, and he bows his head slightly and he goes, "Prosecutor," and he goes and opens the door for her.
And she gets a big like smirk on her face and goes, "Inspector."
Temerity. I don't know what we're doing here.
Well, I opened the door for you to go into the club.
Yeah. Clear inside the club except for us, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, you see that the maitre d', that blue tiefling, is in, and a couple of server comes past and he's like, no, we're queuing back up. Yeah, the half orc said that we could start queuing them up, that we'll be back in soon, like is what you hear him saying. Well, that's what he said. I don't know.
May have been a command decision above my station, madam, but I thought there wasn't much to be gleaned inside, and we would do best with interviews. I don't know which tables were theirs.
Okay.
Temerity goes, Moni, where were Vigil and Divinity sitting?
Are they inside behind us?
Yeah, they walked in behind you.
Okay.
And you see there's little, I guess, alcove booths, the semicircular booths. There's a row along that wall. And when she says that, they both kind of like smirk for a second. She says, well, Divinity and Vigil every Friday night like to camp here because it's a good view to the stage, but it's close to the bar, and Divinity's a bit of a, her nickname is Diva for a reason. And they were parked in their usual spot. I don't remember exactly when the human came in, but I mean, they were there for an hour. They seem to be enjoying themselves. By the way, I've been so tempted to go, they came in like 7:42. It was a pretty busy night.
She seemed to be in a good mood. He wasn't, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
busy Friday, but Diva and Vigil are regulars. They had a companion tonight. They were in their usual spot. They ordered all the regular things. They seem to be getting along really well.
Made their way out the side door.
Mm-hmm.
Shot.
Here is what I've noticed about this table. It is very flat. There is a center pole that holds it up, and there are 4 braces.
No, there aren't 4 legs because it's built into the ground. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to confer with her for her investigation role if she's going to make one or whatever. I don't know.
Okay. Moni seems to be getting more impatient. Just like, would there be anything else, my inspector friends? You said we could open soon. Do you want to talk to any of the staff? I think Beauty was serving
apparently
them,
we're good for you to go ahead and open back up.
No, we're not. We're still investigating.
No. We've got somewhere to be, Sanderman.
Moni's like sitting there doing like this, and you say we've got somewhere to be, Sanderman, and like both of you just roll a DC 14 perception. You can both have advantage.
$13 or $7.
11.
Didn't I, Anthony? Did you miss by one again? Didn't I just say like DC 4? Okay. Okay. You say that happens. Is there tension through this? I'm getting tension between Ari and Merle.
I believe that there is.
That's the vibe. Okay. Temerity goes, well, and then kind of not steps up, because then she's sort of looming because she's 5'9", over Ari, but she's like, so she kind of steps up and very lightly puts her hand on your shoulder and goes, so shall we check out that apothecary next door then, Ari?
I think that's a good idea. It's what we were coming back here for, Sanderman. We think we know where the shots came from.
So Moni goes, so I can open and you guys are not going to do interviewing my customers or what? Temerity looks at her and goes, Moni, come on. There's been 2 almost murders. And both of your ears perk up at that, like they look dead to you.
Care to explain?
Temerity looks at you and goes, oh, I cast Spare the Dying on both of them. They'll be fine. They won't die. They just need healing once the alchemists get here.
Ah. You are handy.
I am indeed.
It's lucky that you were here.
She just has a big smile.
All right.
Modi goes, yes, thank you, Temerity, and like giggles.
Moni, if we could please, we'll ask some unis to stay stationed to gather any evidence that might still be there once the alchemists have come and seen to both of them. If you could just keep folks away from that side door area.
But I can let them into the club? I'm doing a lot of hand acting here, and you're not seeing it, and I'm fucking winning Oscars over here, but it's all out of frame. Okay.
Your hands are still out of frame.
No, they're not.
Okay, now they're not.
It's like, okay, show's back on. Thanks so much for doing this. Speedy, I don't know if, let me buy you a drink later when you're like not on duty, to say thank you, because you two might have saved my Friday night. And then she turns and looks at Temerity and goes, and of course, yeah. And then she turns and walks to go to the front and goes, Percy, we're back on. And the blue one goes, oh, really? And then goes bolting out the front. So you guys go out the side door?
Yes.
Okay.
And call a couple of unis. Did you just get quiet here?
Back out the side door, there's a uni starting to escort an alchemist, and you see an alchemist wagon at the front of the alley, and they're starting to escort him down. And sort of out of habit, the alchemist looks at you guys and goes, we got 2 stiffs?
Not as stiff. Temerity had a hand in that.
Oh, Prosecutor Vorlance. I'm sorry for, and she's like, oh, don't worry about it.
As we're passing the side alley, Erie points down to the body and goes, just a minute, gentlemen for the alchemists, whatever. Just a minute, science nerds.
Dr.
And Erie,
yeah.
Erie points to where the bodies are and says, you can go in and look closer if you want. But the way the arrows came and the way they fell on top of each other, if you were to take them in your mind and stand them up and align them and then draw straight lines back, it's coming up there off of the roof of the secret salve.
Who is she saying that to? Who is Erie saying that to?
Merle.
Oh, okay. You can roll investigation if you want to double check it, but and with advantage because she's talking to you. On a 16, that all squares with you.
So we're going to go up there by virtue of we're paid to poke our noses into shit. We're going to go see what's going on up there.
All right.
So what are you doing?
Well, we're going to go up there, apparently.
You're muted.
No, I can hear him though.
Oh.
How are the apothecary? It is past 10 o'clock on a Friday night. The apothecary is closed. How are you going up there? Are you going to the front of the building to see if anybody still answers the door? Are you going to the back? What are we doing? Are you just monking your way up the side, which you probably can do somehow?
Not all of us are monks. Okay, we haven't had the recent introduction of refined sugar to help us activate our super speed and climbing ability.
He's I'm sure he could throw you a rope or something. Temerity seems to be like waiting to see which way you guys go.
Do we have such a thing as search warrants? Yes, we do. Right?
Yeah, but this is an active. You have probable cause. You can check the perimeter of a building without a fucking search warrant.
Okay, and the roof, like,
or climb up onto the roof. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not gonna be fucking ourselves over if in the course of active investigation.
No, it's still a medieval fantasy world. It's not that well developed.
Okay.
How rough is the side of this building?
It's like
brick and mortar.
No, it's wattle and daub. It's
Oh,
the wood frames with wattle and daub.
So even easier to scale. I'm going to start scaling up there.
I think that's acrobatics or athletics.
It's
I'm
athletics.
gonna take the enchiladas out.
Roll to take the enchiladas out.
It's athletics, specifically. You can attempt to climb a sheer or slippery cliff, avoid hazards while scaling a wall,
Oh,
or
I got it. I gotcha.
cling to a surface. Well, yeah.
Go ahead. This is a flat roll. No advantage on this.
Well, I'm gonna fuck it up then. No.
On an 11, it's a little harder. You're having a difficulty getting grip initially, but you can eventually get up there.
Okay.
I don't want to go too much farther. Well, yeah, no, this is Merle on his own. I don't think Ari and Temerity are just watching you.
Yeah.
So Merle started scaling the building.
Excellent. Are there exterior stairs or anything?
No.
Well,
You got spider climb?
no. I have thieves' tools. Can I try and open the door and get to it from inside?
That's true.
You can do lots of things. Are you going to the front door or the back door?
Casing it, which one looks easier?
Well, the front door is out on a street that's still emptying of people.
Yeah, so back door.
All right, you and Temerity go to the back door while Grunty Parkour scales up the side of the building.
Parkour! Oh, my back! I'm just gonna hang here for a minute. Fuck. Parkour. Okay, yeah.
You kneel. Well, how tall are you?
6'2".
No, the halfling who's about to pick a lock.
Sorry.
How tall am I?
210. Okay, you do not really have to kneel down to do this.
Maybe reach up a little.
Maybe a little.
Yeah, 210. Shit.
You are itty bitty.
I rolled that shit.
Roll your investigation to evaluate the door.
Dirty 20.
This lock has already been picked tonight. This lock has been picked recently and has not been closed all the way.
Okay. Well, while I'm looking at the door, I'm going to carefully pull back. Do we have the concept of fingerprints yet?
No.
Okay. Temerity, look. It's already been picked. It's already been opened up.
Well, actually, yeah, she looks in and it's like, oh shit, you're right.
They
So
wouldn't be hanging around up above.
No, but maybe the crossbow's still there and maybe we can identify it magically or something.
Yep.
Tell your partner not to touch it. And then she leans back and goes, hey, Merle, if you see anything up there, don't touch it.
First, they have to master vertical walls.
Don't you have some monk jumpy shit you could have done?
I have monk folly shit. I specifically looked. I'm like, yeah, I'm great right up until I need to. Yeah.
I'm good at
Luckily, I have a
coming down
high
off of
athletics.
these.
Yeah.
I'm good at going down off of these, not going up them.
Yeah.
You looked cool as shit when you dropped in the middle of that nightclub earlier. Good thing you didn't have to go back up to that balcony.
I would have taken stairs.
Just halfway on the rope. Give me a second. Okay.
Parkour.
We have taken to shouting parkour like they do in Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt with karate. Karate. We go parkour.
Well, I think they did parkour in the office too, jumping around in the furniture. So
Yeah.
Somebody did that because it's become a dub rather for a lot of weird animal
for sure.
freaking out videos. So I know somebody did it. I don't know if it's The Office. I think we've made it through all of 2.5 episodes and we're like, fuck this.
Of what? The Office?
Yeah.
Apparently it gets better after season 1, but
Like so many things, right?
yeah.
Grow a beard.
I have to say that I didn't get it either. I maybe lasted 3 or 4 episodes. I really liked the British Office upon which it's based is the only thing I have not wanted to stab Ricky Gervais in the face instantly for.
It's really good. I also like extras, but
He liked extras, but you know.
You've said that. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen it. Okay, so you see that the lock has been picked. Temerity has shouted up to Merle, "Don't touch anything." Merle has grunted back, "I'm still climbing." What's your next move?
Well, I'm going to try and carefully nudge the door open. I'm going to assume that it's possible there's somebody in here, but now I'm also considering the possibility that there are people on the street that are providing ample cover for somebody to get away from this.
Mm.
I am in a decision paralysis, is what's happening.
Okay.
How much can I see of the street that's emptying from where I am? I can't. No. I'm at the back of the house, so never mind. Fuck it. We're gonna go in and look inside. I can't stand here and wait forever. I'm gonna nudge the door open, go in carefully, you know, checking to make sure I'm not gonna be killed.
Roll your stealth.
What if I say no?
Then you are not moving stealthfully.
Well, that would be a nat 1. Hold on. I feel like I have. I'm gonna do that thing I do all of the time.
Do you have luck or anything like that where you can re-roll that?
I have lucky. I must use, and that's specifically when I get a 1 on an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. So,
and didn't we find that this is every time you roll a 1, like there's no short, long rest number of times. It's just like, no, I just get to try again if I fuck up.
It's a racial trait.
Yeah.
Which is excellent. So what if I roll a 1 again? Do I just keep rolling?
No.
A 2.
It says you can re-roll, but you have to use the new roll. So it specifically says, you know what? Let me put it this way. You do not, what I was about to have happen is you trip over the door jamb on your way in. You didn't trip.
Tricky.
But you can hear yourself making just so much noise. Just so much.
I don't know this fucking place.
Right?
This ain't my house. Oh, I have prestidigitation. Don't I?
Yes. I don't know what you think you're going to use it here for, but you have it.
Oh, I can't just create a floating ball of light. Never mind.
No, that would be like dancing lights.
Yeah.
Your dagger starts to ping. No, it's not your. What is your weapon of warning? I thought it's a dagger. It is. Your dagger starts to ping.
Yeah.
Ping, ping, ping. Merle, yours does not.
Oh.
Am I on the roof yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm using it as a. It's right on top of us.
Temerity goes, "You're getting that too?"
Yeah. Something in here.
Yeah. I'm gonna cut to Ants real quick. You're on the roof. You hear her clomp into the building.
I'm fine.
It would be a natural assumption, like, well, Temerity's got those big ass cow hooves for feet. Maybe that's her. It wasn't her. Okay.
The nimble little halfling.
She got 17.
It's the barefoot halfling. Yeah.
Right.
Not barefoot.
You're on the roof. What are you doing?
I'm looking around to see where's a good sniper's nest.
Looking at from where the range is, you can see that there's a couple of chimneys on the roof, and it would have been not that difficult at all to sort of situate yourself between the lip on the edge of the building and the chimneys to guard you from view from any of the buildings that are about that size around and give you perfect visibility into the alley. You do not find any crossbow or anything like that, though.
I'm sure they'd have taken that with them. How about cigarette butts? No, I kid. Okay.
I mean, you can roll an investigation, man.
Okay, that's true.
You are the detective. Go and detect.
Yeah, but I'm going to roll an 8 on that investigation. My
Just
passive investigation. I would have been better just not rolling.
Okay. I will say also, like, you guys can. I hadn't thought of that before, but you guys can. That's supposed to be when you're just moving through and notice stuff. But if you're like, well, I'm just going to sort of passively look, will cue me to be your passive investigation thing.
Okay.
If you'd like to do that instead of rolling, especially when you're not with each other and therefore
Yeah.
are not getting the advantage that you're typically doing.
Yeah, I'm going to slide back down off the roof then. I'm going to let myself free fall off the roof again.
I mean, okay, there's also a door up here with some stairs going down.
I'll take that then. Actually, no, that's wrong. I'm going to join my partner. I'm going to rejoin my partner downstairs. I'm going to
do that with by free falling down off the side of the building.
Yes.
Okay.
How high is it?
It's a story and a half, so I don't know, what is that, 25 feet?
He climbed up to this high place. Now he's going to use the only thing he knows how to do, which is to fall soft.
Parkour.
Yeah, so it's about 20 feet. You'd be dropping from 25 feet.
Okay, I'm going to take 20 on reduce my falling damage.
To what, 0?
I take 20 off of the damage you roll for how much damage I would take.
Well, I think it's 1d6 for every 10 feet, so I think you're fine.
So I just land. I do the superhero land with the fist.
Okay.
Like the chipmunks and squirrels.
Yeah. Parkour.
So Becky, roll initiative.
God damn it. $12.
Oh, for reals?
For reals.
I need to do something. Okay, just a second. You got a 12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You sense in your soul that somebody is about to attack with advantage. So
Something doesn't feel right here. Go back to the way it should be. Yes, I will use my fancy restoring balance feature trait.
class features,
Restore balance.
Okay, so it says when you can see within 60 feet, but I'm going to say the dagger of warning tells you where they are. So we're going to forego that. Okay.
All right, I have applied one use.
Okay. Nope. It's not this one. It's
Thank you for telling me, by the way.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing as a DM to have to keep track of and disclose to players. Okay. Out of the shadows, a figure covered, humanoid figure covered in face to toe. That's not a thing anybody says. Head to toe in dark clothing and a mask and whatnot, lunges out and takes a swipe at you or at Temerity with a short sword and misses. And the next one hits, doing an amount of damage. Nope, not inspiration. In response, Temerity hellish rebukes this person. So this person needs to make a dex save. And doesn't. And lights the fuck up, screaming. Merle, as you're walking in, you hear, I rebuke you. And you see Temerity flinging that spell off to the side of somebody, like, well, let's call them Western ninja because they're not ninjas. But so roll your initiative. You're in the combat now too. Is that with advantage? You got a 9?
Yes.
Okay.
I rolled a 4. I rolled a 5. I added 4 to it. 9.
Okie dokie. Temerity is next in the order. And she just grabs homeboy. 12. And he goes and drops.
See, this is why I don't play pranks on you. I know they'll end poorly for me.
She laughs. Another one takes another swipe at her and misses. and another swipe at her and misses. And then 14. Your AC is 14, Mary, or Ari, rather.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I see. I didn't know if you, I can't remember if you have mage armor, and it might be 17 right now. You get stuck with a short sword for 5 points of damage.
Excellent.
And it's your turn. If you have a reaction you want to do to that person before your turn, you can.
Give me a moment. I'm looking. You said it was 5 points really quick?
Yes.
I'm checking what I can do.
Does everybody in this fight have dark vision?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, halflings do not.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Well, no, I don't have one I can do there, but fuck it. That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and cast a spell on this asshole. It's going to be Firebolt.
Okay.
22 all day hit.
Yes. Very much.
Two points of damage.
Okay. Do you have any? Never mind. You know your character. If you can reroll damage, I don't know if you have anything.
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Okay.
That's part of what I've been double checking on, but thank you for asking.
All right. You hit him, but you kind of graze him. And honestly, it makes a certain amount of sense. You're in somebody's store. How about the team of Marisandi and Sanderman don't add arson to both of our resumes?
Only one.
Merle, that's you, and they haven't spotted you. So far you've seen 3 flash out from cover, and you see 2 more behind Ari and Temerity getting ready to sneak up from behind them.
Oh, okay.
One
Let
on
me
the
go.
left and right.
Let me go ahead and attack when it's my initiative. Is it my
It is
initiative?
I'm telling you, it's your turn.
Oh, good. Okay. So we're going to hit the first one. Do I get advantage because they're unaware of me?
Are you a rogue?
No.
No.
Worth a shot? Oh, that's why I have it on the wrong fucking tab. God damn it. Okay. We're going to say lefty and righty. Okay, Josh?
Sure. Lefty is Earl and righty is Charles.
Okay. Lefty I hit at a 21.
You hit that for sure fucking hits.
He takes 7 damage.
What'd you hit him with?
My fist.
You hit him again?
And the other one I hit with a natural 20.
You're hitting
No.
righty now?
I'm hitting Charles, yes. That was
Okay.
Earl and now Charles. And I hit Charles well.
Natural 20, I saw.
For a total of 10 damage.
Charles has just had the absolute fucking air knocked out of him and is not doing like.
We're going to say that was a headbutt. I headbutted Charles. Yeah.
And he's kind of staggering it off.
Okay. That's my 2 attacks. If I flurry of blows.
Okay.
After you take an action to attack with your turn. Okay. We covered this before. I can't remember how it works.
No, it's fine.
Right.
It's kind of like action surge in that I actually think we've been doing it wrong and we've been shortchanging ourselves. So
Okay.
flurry of blows. After you take the action on your turn, you can spend a key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. Okay,
Okay.
so it's not. I think we've been doing one, but that's not. It's
Yes.
2 unarmed strikes. So, and you can direct those as you want.
Okay. So I'm going to take those. I'm going to spend a key point. Here's me spending a key point.
Okay.
And here's me redirecting to Earl on the first one with a 22 to hit.
That says deflect missiles attack, but that's fine.
I'm sorry. Did say deflect missiles attack.
I don't know why
My
you did
bad.
that. Just go back to your unarmed strike, your flurry of blows. If you
Blows,
go to
yeah.
actions and scroll down, there's a flurry
No,
of
I
blows.
scrolled too far down is what happened.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't scroll far enough back up to flurry of blows after marking off the key point.
It's the same modifier, so just go with the 22, which hits.
Yeah, and then I did 8 damage to him.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Wow, you rolled max on that.
Yeah. And then the other guy who is kind of staggery I'm gonna swing on him and hit him with an 18-24 all day, and he is going to take an additional 6 points of damage.
Okay, you have fucked both of them up really well.
Pop, 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 pop.
Earl misses you, then misses you again, where the dice are telling the story correctly. Oh, you just miss. You just Charlie just catches you. Just.
Oh. Motherfucker.
For 5.
Okay.
Next round, it's Temerity's go. She's going to wheel on to the other one that missed her that you haven't hit yet, Ari. She just gets one, right? Yeah. And tases his ass too, although not nearly as effectively. Ari, you can see the one that you've been fighting with, and sort of in your peripheral, you can see the one that Temerity is now fighting with, and you can feel that. You feel that world tipping out of balance again. That they're about to attack Temerity with advantage.
Set it back.
Okay. They hit anyway. For an amount of damage. Temerity looks largely unfazed. What? No. I think, yep, that's Infernal Legacy. I think I can only do that. Yep. Okay. And now the one who is attacking you. Tags you pretty well for 7. I really need you to get out of the way faster. Thank you. For another 7.
Excellent.
And then your go.
Okay, well, I'm just going to keep poking Anthony.
I need you to be a little bit louder, or Anthony to mute and you unmute.
I will unmute. I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought I was already unmuted. I apologize.
Well, it was, okay, yeah.
I want to see something. How many creatures in a 15-foot cube originating from me would you say there are?
Are we counting Temerity and Merle? I don't think
No.
Merle's quite within 15 feet of you.
I'm not counting Temerity either. I hope.
A 15-foot cube originating from you.
Yeah.
So that's 3 on each side. I think 4 of them. This is
Huh.
a pretty close quarters fight.
Well, it's gonna get interesting because I'm gonna go ahead and cast Thunderwave.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like the question turn at the end.
The thing I love about it is we're not setting the building on fire, but we are in an apothecary shop. She's casting Thunderwave. So lots of broken glass.
Does Thunder Wave, that's not an attack roll, right? That's a saving throw?
It's a con 15 saving throw. I'm casting it at first level. It is 2d8 thunder damage. Unsecured objects that are completely within the area of effect are automatically pushed 10 feet away from me by the spell's effect, and it emits a thunderous boom audible out to 300 feet.
Here comes the boom. Okay, so it's a con 15 save. Okay. Do you get to choose, or is it everybody?
It's, what do you mean? The 15-foot cube originating out for me.
So some spells read creatures that you choose. Some spells read each creature in a 15-foot originating from you must save. So Temerity's going to have to save too. Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Do you want to pull that spell back, or?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If that's the case, then yes. I don't want to get temerity.
That's a super effective spell. That's going to do exactly what you want it to do. It's just going to she might save her con. It's
what about a 15-foot cone? Can I get some of them without getting her?
You can get 2 on the left, or you're so close at cone. Like because I just bought the graphic for playing with my Palo Alto autistic girls gays and days, and like a 15-foot cone when they're in adjacent square is you're just getting 1. You can try to back out and be able to get 2, but that's movement backwards towards you can hear Merle conducting a clinic on ass kicking behind you.
Yeah.
So you can step back 5 feet and sort of step left or right. I'm now thinking in square mounts. You can step back 1 and to the left or to the right and sort of basically turn your cone into a line.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. So are you going left or right?
Same number on either side, correct?
It is.
Yes. Left.
Okay. And what are you casting?
Another great choice for an apothecary shop, Burning Hands.
So arson is back on the menu, boys. Okay, that's a deck save. Each creature in a 15-foot cone. So let me say this.
Love you.
I think at a 15-foot cone with you backing up, there's still a chance you're going to catch Temerity in that cone. So if you're going to catch her either way, you might as well just do the Thunder Wave in the first part.
Yeah, I'm going to do the Thunder Wave then, which is a 15 con save.
It's the nature of a cone, right?
Yeah.
Wait, if you want to spend a sorcery point to turn it into a line and have her out, I'll do that. Even though that's not what are your feature? What are your
I have meta magic. Where are my feats?
It's distance spell, which is range, and seeking spell, which is so I think there's like
attack rolls, sorceress versatility, but that's for something else.
Like changing them later. Yeah, whenever you get to like a roll. I'll bargain with you. If you want to spend 2 sorcery points, I'll let you turn it into a line, or
Okay.
you can just say fuck it and do thunder swave or thunder wave.
I'd rather do Thunderwave because less chance of arson overall, honestly. Right. And as I do it, I'm gonna go, sorry, Temerity. And then hit. And they all gotta make a DC 15 con save.
If you you are not proficient in any saving throws. Alphonse makes it. Daryl makes it. Earl. And one of them gets natural 20. So do they take half?
They take half. Yeah.
So roll your damage. Okay. Temerity.
Seven points of damage on the half. It's 14 total.
And if
Temerity did not make it, did she?
No. How much damage does she take?
14.
And is she knocked? If you fail the save, are you knocked prone?
Push 10 feet away.
Oh, she's pushed 10 feet forward.
Yeah.
You know what? You did say. No, I'm going to say she did save. Because I gave her advantage because you said, look out, Temerity, or whatever it is you said.
Yeah.
So she got to brace for it. So everyone and their mother, and it's 15 feet, which is not, Merle, you are not in that.
No, he is not. But 4 of them are.
Right. Merle, the 2 you're fighting, even with the, like they brace for it and it's still that thunder damage fucked them up. And it's your go. And didn't you have to go pee or something? You got up for something and then came right back in.
Yeah.
Ow.
Turn on the light.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
All right. Do you know what you're doing?
I'm saving? No, that was in front of me. I'm gonna. Who's left up?
Earl and Charlie are still up, but just fucking barely.
Okay. Well, let's put them down. Earl, I'm gonna hit a 14.
That hits him.
Okay. For 8 damage.
He goes down.
Charlie, I'm gonna hit with a 15.
So is this? I'm looking at your sheet. You have 1 attack per action.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's okay.
Okay, I thought I had 2. I suck. Well then.
No, I think you can, as a bonus action, you can unarmed strike, but that doesn't make sense when you can flurry. You only unarmed strike when you're out of key points because flurry of blows gives you 2. I'll tell you right now, if you hit him, you're probably going to take him down in 1. But so you might spend the key to.
I'm going to spend a free action to hit him again, and I rolled a 15. Does that hit his AC?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to roll damage on him. I rolled a 1 for a total of 5.
He goes down. And then Josh has to pee.
Josh pees.
They're gone. When we get back, it is Temerity's turn.
Josh is gonna pee. Hello, baby. Nothing. Who is it? Is he now? Yes. I'm gonna go get some enchiladas. Go right ahead. You should.
Hey, Josh, can you hear me okay?
Yep. Are you tired of wearing your headphones?
I am. I have been editing. I have edited down. There is a 1 hour and 10 minute first episode of the podcast done now. And it takes me roughly 2 hours of editing work to produce 5 minutes of usable content. So I've been wearing headphones for a long fucking time, and they're really starting to hurt my ears and make me achy. So I'm covering.
I think that's fine if you're going to do that. Just because it's open mic now, you might. Let's see if we need to mute Ants while you're doing that. Oh wait, but he's on his headphones, right?
Yeah, he's on his headphones still, and I can still mute myself.
So, well, I was just like, I thought his headphones mic is picking you up just a little bit. If you're not getting echo though, I'm not either, so I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm not getting any echo. Are you, Anthony?
Not that bad.
Maybe a little bit right there. I don't know.
What if I speak lowly?
I think it's fine if you guys are not getting any, and if it's not driving you up the wall. Yes.
Anthony has enchiladas.
I'm gonna turn on more lights.
I'll get these. They're right over here by me. It's dark. You could also try opening the blinds a little, but then it gets hot. How's that for lights? Sucker.
Nope.
That's right, Izzy. Fuck off. She's been very insistent and clawing me a lot.
Yeah, he's a little fucker.
Temerity lets fly with 3 Eldritch Blasts, 2 of which miss, but the last one takes one guy down. That guy
Exploded.
takes the disengage action and starts to head for the door. No, actually, let me roll something. And on a nat 20, barrels through the plate glass one of the plate glass windows at the front of the store, comes up out of his roll, does something with his hand, and goes invisible. Becky, your
Motherfucker.
turn. Your turn, Bex.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do. No, I don't think that's the one I want. Actually, firebolt. Firebolt. We're gonna do firebolt.
Okay, so remember, he is outside of the building. He's well within your range. Firebolt is 120 feet. It's all day. You just need you have a disadvantage on the attack roll because you can't see him.
Yeah. Okay, I'll roll it with disadvantage. We're gonna firebolt him though.
Unleash the firehounds.
13.
A 13 does hit him. Roll damage.
7 points of damage.
I know invisibility drops when you attack, but I don't know if it drops when you get attacked. So for a second, you hear it hit him, and he screams. And while the firebolt is sort of sheeting off of him, it looks like. I mean, I think it would look pretty cool. It's sort of sheeting off of a side of him, But you don't hear a flump, and he doesn't drop back into view.
Okay.
Merle, that's you.
Okay, I'm gonna run up there then.
Okay, with 40 feet of movement, you can. The store. I'm going to call the store difficult terrain.
Okay.
So you can get 20 feet. There's still about 15 to close the distance. If you have something thrown, you can try.
I do. And I'm at a disadvantage, correct?
You are. Because even if you had blind fighting, he's past the 10 feet. What you doing?
Well, I'm gonna roll an 8.
That is not going to hit him no matter what you're doing.
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome. Does a 29 hit him? Fuck you. I think you know. Oh, no. Nine. Temerity slings some more Eldritch blasts at him.
Anything happen or no? Or
Yeah, 9. Hold on, I gotta total up all that damage. Oh, damn. It was 9, 11, 22, and 9. It's like 30. Yeah, she blows force damage holes in his torso as he's materializing. She has made him dead for realsies. Couldn't roll damage worth a shit until she was rolling at disadvantage for the hits, and then suddenly. And we are out of initiative.
we are out of initiative. I feel relaxed.
Well, that was a hell of a thing.
You're not kidding. Temerity looks okay, but she's definitely somehow come off the worst in this fight, I think. Actually, how are you doing, Ari?
Aries looking a little fucked up. She is, if we were to be using mathematical equivalents, we would say she's at about 66% of maximum health. Is, if we're gonna do just a quick
Right, she's about.
just a quick numbers game. We
By
we
my
might actually
calculation,
call
I
it
have her at about
64.7.
65%, but fair enough.
64.7%. Thank you.
Yes.
We're rounding up. So, she's
Then you're more messed up than her.
I am. These speakers are hella quiet. I'm gonna have to put you back on headphones. Give me a second.
Can you not just turn them up? I mean, do they not?
They're at max volume.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. It's but that's okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry that's hurting your ears. She raises a hand towards you and like closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, and you get healed for a dozen. Which I think is exactly what you needed.
Hooray! That brings me back up to whole.
Yeah, it doesn't say I can do it for myself.
Go out and watch the apothecaries work. See if maybe we can question our fix.
Sure.
Yeah. She heals herself up some as well. Not to full, but she does.
Yeah. I unfortunately have nothing to help with healing. Trying
Anyway.
to help.
Between the two of you, who has the best charisma? I'm willing to bet it's Ari, the charisma caster. Ari, roll a charisma check, just the +5 with disadvantage.
Yikes. Could have been a 7 or an 8.
So this all happened, and the crowd had not fully gone inside yet. And that thunder wave, even from it within the building, even if we cut that to in half for being in the building, and even if we cut it to in half again to going into other buildings, that brought a bunch of people out just in time to see the window shatter forward, hear glass crashing, and watch somebody just get exploded, really.
Yeah.
There's a constable comes around the front and goes, "Inspectors, you guys might want to get out of here. We'll handle the crowd control. It's not looking good out here." And you hear sort of loud, kind of like, "What the hell?" kind of tone. Not, I wouldn't say angry. What would you call that? Like outraged?
Yeah.
Not like full on outrage.
The fuck, my guys? I turned
Yeah.
around for 10 goddamn minutes.
Temerity gestures towards the back door and go, "Shall we?" And she starts to walk towards the back.
Yeah, let's.
It's fun to try and read Becky's facial expressions when it glitches occasionally. and it goes a little
That was
fuzzy.
me trying to interpret what you were saying when it turned into.
Oh, did ants catch it at all? I said, Bex. So Temerity gestures out like this towards the back doors and goes, "Well, shall we?" And then starts walking towards the back door.
Yeah. We're gonna GTFO.
You get to the back door, and Temerity puts her hand on your shoulder and goes, "You really shook it up in there. That's surprising." She goes, "If you guys," and she looks at both of you and she goes, "Way to kick ass. And if you guys go down this way and then take your first left, but don't go all the way out to the street, take two, that right, it'll bring you out on this street, and then that should get you away from the crowd. I'm friends with Moni. I can circle back and we can try to smooth this out from the inside, do a little PR from the Haven and Hell." I guess it's been fun. I don't know what you say after something like this happens.
Weird. It's been weird.
Yeah, the unis will take care of the body. She doesn't say the unis. She goes, "The constables and the alchemists will take care of the bodies and stuff in here, right?" I'll just tell them what happened. And unless somebody, and she goes to turn unless somebody says something to her.
Do you have any contact information for the missing woman?
Contact information for what? I couldn't quite make it out.
Do you have any information on the missing woman?
Divinity.
Oh, divinity. I'll see what I can get out of Moni. Okay. Do you guys follow her directions? All right. Where do you head?
You're muted, baby.
I want to go back across to Command 1. I think no.
You think no?
No. I want to go to Constable Command South.
Okay. Well, that's fine. She sent you off in a way, assuming you were going to head back to CC1. So you've got to kind of loop around. She sent you out the top of the middle bottoms to sort of that street between Cheapside and the upper bottoms, thinking that you'd go that way. You can just circle through the upper bottoms and down Elephant and Castle and get there on foot, or you can try and find an underground station to go get there. As you're walking away, it occurs to you that the conveyance is still out in front of the Haven and Hell. You can radio into Command 1 to get them to tell the unis to just, you'll be back for it later, or to bring it to Command South or something like that if you want.
Don't fuck with it, guys. Don't touch our shit. We're coming back.
Man, Ari is on one tonight.
All right. So I want to go to Constable Command South. I want to start talking to some of the sergeants and folks who know shit down there to find out what they know about Haven and Hell, what they know about Inferno Alley in general, and about the trade that might be moving in and out of there.
Okay. How are you? Tell me, how are you guys just doing the full walk there? Are you walking to a tube station, or a tube station and taking the underground? What are you doing? Probably half an hour if you walk, just circling around, I think.
We're not actually going to walk all the way out there. We have the conveyance. We're just going to get out there quickly and call headquarters and tell them, hey, get one of the unis to drive it these couple of blocks over and drop it off for us, please.
Okay. All right. That's a way smarter idea.
Yeah.
Than walking.
Yeah. We're going to get a little bit of ways first.
Okay. While you're waiting for them, because it's going to take about 10 or 15 minutes for them to do that. While you're waiting that, are you just going to stand in silence with each other, or?
I probably should have conferred with you before I asked them to get the crowd ready to come back in. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it wasn't a smart move.
Tension. Okay.
If you're going to tell me I'm taking lead, let me take lead. Otherwise, let's not go through the hoops and jumps.
Fair enough.
Okay. The uni comes up with your conveyance. I don't like that name for it. I still can't think of anything better than cop car, which isn't better. You go to Constable Command South, where, you know, is still not, you know, inspectors aren't stationed there, but it's not like they never go there. You get in, you park your thing. Yep. Okay. You know, at some point, because I'm trying to have so many windows open on so many things. Anyway, you get there, you know, you park the vehicle in the back or whatever, right? You go in and there's a desk sergeant there who is, you know, sort of moderating the comings and goings of the evening. It being, you know, Friday night is hopping, right? South of the river is hopping, but like it's probably is for everyone, right? It's, you know, Elton John said, John Elton, that's not a person. Elton John said Saturday nights are all right for Friday, but you know, Friday doesn't suck. The sergeant looks up and goes, Inspectors, how you doing? Are you here to see Lieutenant Vriga? Which is not a name either one of you have heard. And you're both muted, so this is fun.
Yes.
Okay, so she's down this hall, second office on your left, 221. You go down the hall. Constable Command South is clearly the hand-me-down station. Like CC1, everything is kept pristine and new and all that. Constable Command South is looks lived in, let's say. You come to a door and it says Lieutenant Inspector Vriga Fireblade. Door is closed. Do you knock or do you just open it?
Knock.
A heavy, like Brooklyn accent goes, yeah, come on in. And there is a fully bald hobgoblin with like multiple pierced ears, like gutter punk looking hobgoblin rather. Who's sitting clearly doing some kind of paperwork, looks up and goes, Inspectors, I'm sorry, did I leave it off my fucking calendar again? And starts to go through her day planner and is like, I'm sorry?
No, not pre-scheduled. Don't worry. Inspector Marciandi, Inspector Sanderman from CC1.
Oh, did Thorn Gage send down the first of my people who are going to be moving down here, or what?
Not sure yet. We're actually following up with you about an incident that happened tonight over in Inferno Alley. Hoping you might have a little bit of information or point us to the folks who would know something. I gonna give a brief rundown of what happened at Haven and Hell and ask specifically about those.
Are you including you guys getting jumped? Or are you just the initial case you went out there for?
Initial case.
Okay. So you give her the rundown and then I interrupted you. I'm sorry, you said, and ask her who's.
Ask her if she knows anyone who's Ask her if she knows anyone who happens to work primarily with the human population, providing them for sex work. Also, if she knows anything about divinity, if it rings a bell, if she's heard of similar happening where there's a couple set up at a kidnapping, like recent reports, just random pieces that might match.
Okay, so she goes,
And here he goes. And I know this is a lot to ask you, and I don't expect you to have an encyclopedic knowledge.
well, she says, well, you know, Inspector, how much do you really know about Tiefling Town?
Not enough.
Yeah, so in terms of somebody procuring or running humans for sex work down there, like, I don't know if you picked it up in your time there, but the tieflings in the alley, they're pretty adamant about how they feel about humans, and they're not big on them. So the fact that there was a human involved in this case is not terribly surprising. Did you mention about him being a white person? Okay, she goes, and the fact that it was one of the
Rarefieds.
yeah, one of the more fair ones is like, I don't even know what that kid was doing down there. You know, but here's the other thing I will say about them. Whatever they think, the the tieflings of Tiefling Town, you know, everybody's got an opinion about who's buying what in the upper bottoms. The tieflings in the alley are trying to make sure that that doesn't happen to them by buying all that stuff up. They're trying to be good, upright citizens. In the middle bottoms is not great. It's not the lower, but you know, that's is what it is, right? But the place that we get the least amount of problems from is Tiefling Town. That said, they don't like us in their business, so they tend to handle a lot of it on their own. And I think all I say that is, you're asking about trafficking and stuff. Like, that community, I mean, frankly, does not trust us, does not like us. They're not hostile. I think maybe the only reason we got a call is because a foot patrol got hurt. I think they might have tried to keep this in house. In terms of, you said you asked her about divinity. She goes, in terms of divinity, I don't suppose you got a last name, did you?
Unfortunately, not at this time.
Well, I mean, you know the
Might
drill.
be known as Diva.
I mean, you know the drill. You got to go check the records room. But you know, we can check for people who've been booked or mentioned in a thing listing a tiefling known as divinity or diva. I mean, but that's, you know, that's the grind, right? That's being an inspector.
Yeah.
Tiefling Town, like, kind of their whole motto is don't start none, won't be none, basically.
Problem is, somebody started some in there now. All right. Well,
Right. Sorry. I mean, like, honestly, you know, I don't have to tell you.
no, Lieutenant Fireblade, you've given more than I expected, especially seeing as we dropped in with no warning. Thank you.
Has Velda or the Cap even talked to you about who's being split off to come here? Has that even come up in briefing in mornings?
It hasn't. Right now, they've been running through a new class of trainees.
She puts her like bald head in her hands and like rubs it. And she goes, "So help me God. So help me gods. If they send me to start up the Inspector South office with nothing but a bunch of freshies, it's fucking bullshit." Anyway, sorry. Thanks for the gossip. I'll leave your names out of it when I go yell at the captain.
Appreciate it.
Did you guys introduce yourselves? I don't recall you even introducing yourselves.
I did.
Okay.
Inspector Mariciondi and Inspector Sanderman.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Stu. Sorry I don't got more for you. You want to check our records? Go ahead. They apparently somebody up in your office has got some new filing system that's making everything easier. I don't think we're as far along as you guys are, but you can give it a shot.
Appreciate it.
And she, on your way out, she goes, "Oh, the records room is," and gives you directions.
Yeah, we're not even gonna fuck around there.
Okay. How's your head doing, Becky?
It's okay. It's starting to hurt.
Okay.
I've also had a couple of bad nights of sleep. It's just one of those things.
For sure. Let me double check my door. I think it was the ceiling, but I think somebody might have known. Okay. Where are you heading next?
Well, at this point, it's Friday evening. We've got a little bit of information. The alchemists are going to come back and tell us what they know when they know it.
Mm-hmm. They probably won't be done with that before your shift, so that might be a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a tomorrow problem. I'm thinking we should go back.
Get started on paperwork.
Yeah, I don't want to go back into Infernal Alley right now.
Yeah, no, not right now.
They're too on edge. We're gonna have to leave last names unknown for Vigil and Divinity.
Yeah.
At least for tonight. We can finish it off and finalize it tomorrow. Or next day. But going back in now is a bad idea.
It definitely is.
So I think CC1 paperwork and then home for the night.
Okay.
Alrighty.
You guys head back. You head back to the office and you start doing, you start your reports, and Lieutenant Yvelda comes out and goes, "So how did it go?" Like, you guys are at your desk and she comes out of her office and says, "So how did it go?"
Poorly.
Do you care to elaborate, or would you like that I wait for your report?
It was a mistake. We were too much outsiders for anyone to trust us and talk to us. We had no stake. It was clear. I think I understand where the captain's coming from. I think I get what he was saying when he asked they be split. I understand, something comes through in my family's places. I might not be the best to send, but there were no tiefling unis out there.
There are Go ahead.
No, there's no tiefling unis, right?
There are not none, but there are not many. Generally speaking.
Highest concentration of tieflings in the city. I don't know if that means that we need to get more tieflings on the force or we need to look at where we're putting them instead. But it's hard to trust people who don't look like you when it comes to talking about bad things.
I guess I can see that, yes.
Ran into a group of crazies.
A group of crazies. Can you be
Yeah.
maybe less vague?
And she's gonna tell Evelda about the I'm gonna call them Rift Fiends because that seems to apply, but I don't know. The scrappily dressed the scarecrow men who attacked in the apothecary shop.
They weren't scarecrow men. They were.
I know they're not
Oh, I
scarecrow
see what
men.
you're saying,
It's just because they were dressed in rags and
Totally
stuff is how
cons-
you described them.
Then I don't think I described them very well. I was saying that they're covered. They were dressed to conceal their identities even while they were fighting. I said they're like ninjas, but Western ninjas because we're not appropriating ninjas.
Oh, for some reason I got the impression out of somewhere that they were in like rags and strips of cloth. And that's why I was like, the scarecrow men. No. Western ninjas. Okay, so I go back to Rift Fiends then.
Sure.
Hear anything about a group operating like that?
Let's look her up. Inspector Lieutenant. Even giving her like NPC plot armor. No, she's like, no, I'm afraid I don't know. Is this new gang south of the river?
Possibly. We'll find out.
Okay.
Our investigation is ongoing.
Lieutenant Yvelda gives you a hard stare, Ari, and on a dirty 20 insight, what is she getting off of you? You can either tell me or you can roll a roll a deception to if you're trying to sort of if you want.
Would be a 9. So a 9 of deception. There's irritation. There's irritation at the fact that Dirty 20, they've worked together for what, about a month and a half now?
Oh no, it's closer to like 3.
3 months.
Winter,
Got a
you've
chance
been
to
in
get
fall for a long time. Like, I don't know if you saw on the Google Calendar, but this is
I did. I named the notes.
the first week of winter.
Irritation at the fact that there are so many pockets of the city that we keep finding where we can't get in because there's so much fucking mistrust. Everywhere. We could have stayed. We might have been able to drag out more information. They were mad we were there. They were mad that we were there interrupting things, that we were disrupting their night, their rituals, their community. And that happens a lot. And she goes, we can't even give you last names of the missing or one of the intended victims. It was, if not actively hostile, then definitely edging that way and disgruntled in general. We're going to have to go back tomorrow or the day after, see if we can talk to people when it's a little more quiet.
I think this is maybe part of job Academy does not prepare you for, but this is often how it is. either you can press harder or find another way to get information, but Eri, this is the job.
Well, it'll change.
She goes, or you will, and
Mhm.
goes to walk away. You're there about 30 minutes when Sergeant Valzon walks in with her training. Anybody who wants to can roll an insight, but she tells the trainee to sit down at the desk and start the paperwork, and she goes to and knocks on Thorngage's office.
11.
9.
You guys, you are so into that paperwork.
Mm.
It's how we managed to avoid getting in trouble about it.
You're like, my reports are done on time, motherfucker. All right, you got nothing off of her. She's stone-faced. She goes in there. She comes out about 15 minutes later, 10 minutes later, 10. We'll say 10. It doesn't take that long. When the captain's door opens, back up, you hear, Sanderman, can I see you in my office, please?
I'll be back. He goes walking over there.
You come in and Captain Thorngage, who I thought I had open, but okay. Talk to yourself some more, weirdo. Who is himself a halfling. And I did not give him a height. So we're going to say he's taller than Eri, but not by a whole lot. Because I think he's size small. So he's like maybe 3 feet tall. And he gestures at this chairs in front of him. He goes, have a seat, Inspector. And he goes and sits on his desk and he says, there's not really a good way to be saying this, but the incident that happened, it's at the recumbent abyss, and I know that you have family connections there, and I'm really sorry to have to be the one to tell you that a pair of your cousins were murdered tonight while on the job. Inspector Valzon has confirmed that a Daniel Saber and a Frost Saber, apparently both called Little Danny and Little Frost, were got into some sort of altercation, which the Inspector Sergeant is still investigating, and
With one another?
that they were killed in whatever it was. And yeah, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Was the altercation with one another?
It doesn't appear so, although, you know what? I didn't think to ask. Gets off his desk, gets off his chair, and goes over and goes, Sergeant Valzon, a moment, please. The DM didn't even think you would ask that. She comes back in, and you can see a look of sort of nervous sympathy, kind of tinged with I feel bad about my behavior earlier. And she goes, hi, Merle. What can I? I'm sorry for your loss.
You don't. They weren't fighting one another, were they?
It really doesn't look like it.
Okay.
And she, her eyes flick over to the captain, who goes, and she goes, they were fighting somebody with a really high level of skill.
It's the OG. It's the old guard. It's the old guild.
Well, which is it? No, I'm just kidding.
It's the old guild. I understand.
Okay. Yeah, it really, it looks like it looks professional. And they and it looks like they were, whatever was being delivered so late at night, which we have a packing slip, but it's ridiculous. Yeah, it looks like this was, something was being taken. Something, large set of crates were being taken. So apparently they were guarding it, or they encountered the thieves, or whatever it was.
Anthony slid a pin to me very mysterious.
I didn't mean to be so mysterious about it. It's just that it had a little pokey bit at the end, and I thought you might occasionally use it for something. So it occurred to me while I was sitting here looking at it. I said, hey, let me put it over there where Becky could reach at it if she needs it. And it happened in the middle of a role-playing situation, and I apologize because it derailed the dramatic scene that we were playing out. I apologize. It's okay. No, it's okay, baby. It's not. It's okay.
Right. I mean, he could have held it until after the scene.
Fucking right. It's my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. She goes, do you, like, I hate to do this to you right now.
Go
but,
ahead.
like,
There's no question you can ask me that would upset me about this.
why at a tavern, a bar that size, like the packing slip they handed us said livestock and booze? Why would they be getting livestock? They said it was a late shipment, a delayed shipment. That's their story. Why would they be getting livestock at this hour?
Livestock.
Tuesday.
I have several options for you, and none of them are particularly good, and none of them are particularly informed. I lived there. That tavern was my home for many years. Livestock was occasionally a term that would be used for human cargo. Human cargo, meaning, sorry, Anthony would use another term, wouldn't he?
Sentient cargo.
Sentient cargo is a possibility. Live cargo. It's also a possibility that my cousins got murdered in a skim. You know, you're aware of what a skim is?
Right. They were, it begins with an E. What is it when you skim off the top? X. Fuck, it's not X. Yeah, she knows what skim is. They were skimming off the top.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet my cousins were skimming and got killed for it, and an object lesson for the rest of the family. They're not going to give you anything. Not intentionally. They can't. I'm sorry.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but
I'm not saying don't investigate it. Please investigate it.
that's not what she's like, no, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, this sounds like you were maybe like really, it doesn't sound like you're surprised, and it doesn't sound like you're really part of that part of your family, but you know, losing people we grew up with is probably not easy, and to have to answer questions.
I mourned them long ago. I mourned the loss of them long ago. I'll be completely honest with you. That said, the secession of their life is
Embezzlement. That's what she was trying to say.
That's the word. It's not an EX.
There's a Z. There's two Z's in it. Just
yeah.
Anyway.
I'm sorry. Because
she's like, okay, well, we'll keep looking into it.
That said, I still live on Dog Island. Anything any word I may hear, any clandestine little messages they try to send me or tell me, trying to curry favor with the inspector's office, you'll be the first to know. Well, no, Captain will be the first to know. and yeah, the chain of command and whatnot.
Melancholy looks at the captain. You look at the captain who's like looking up like this and goes,
Yeah.
I'd like the two of you to understand. If this is the OG, I wanted to keep you well clear of it because you still live on Isle of Dogs. Sergeant Valzon, it's not that I didn't trust you in the alley. It's that Sanderman's wife and children, I knew what this connection was. I'm going to unofficially order you, Merle, to stay well clear of this case.
I intend to.
If you were a single man, I'd let you go off and give the finger to your family, as you have undoubtedly done by becoming a member of our esteemed force. You were very clear in your interviews about your familial ties to the OG, and if this were a lesson, what are the chances that your family will exact retribution on any other branch?
Well, out of character, that would be my uncle. Would be the last male or patriarchal arm in that, and my uncle follows orders.
So it's your
Slim, I would say.
no. So Little Frost and Little Danny were killed tonight.
Yeah.
Frost Freeholder is your stepfather, and he's a weapons master captain of the old guild.
Yeah.
And then you have Jarvis Koppler is your uncle, and he's an enforcer. Your stepfather actually does have higher rank.
Okay.
Does that mean he's? I will let you figure out, right? Like, he's more invested. You're right. Your uncle Jarvis he's just an enforcer, right?
Yeah.
He's another fighting brother of the Shadow School. He's an enforcer. Like, but he's also not, I don't think he's, Danny Saber is the father of little Danny. He's a con man.
Yeah.
In the old guard. If anybody was going to be a problem here, it would be Frost, because he's got the most juice anyway. Danny's the con man who's slippery and would try to do it by means of stealth if he did it at all. If anybody was going to kick off something public, it would be your stepdad. And you've been estranged for a while, so that's a hard call. But he's also achieved rank, and you don't do that by going rogue.
Yeah.
I think your original statements stand, but you've got 3 male people in here, 2 of which just had their sons murdered.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell him that with the addendum of also it's sons, and I haven't been around for some time. And men get tricky when it's male offspring, especially in that neck of the world.
I see. Well,
I don't think so. At the same time, they've been stupid before.
I mean, if your stepfather's a capo, then he's not stupid.
Yeah, but it was his son. His son may have been stupid, but it's still his son, so there's a chance. That said, I don't think so.
I would say we could.
I said they're going to take the hit and roll forward, but I could be wrong.
All right. Well, there'd be no point in increasing patrols on Dog Island. Our Canine Corps training grounds are already there. The Army's training corps are already there. Maybe you're right. Maybe the only people who would have no fear of being seen in that sort of situation is the OG themselves. So of course, we have to keep investigating it. But if something passive comes to you, that's fine. Please do report it. But I really, for the sake of your own family, stay well clear of it.
I intend to.
All right. Melancholy looks down and goes, "How was your night in the alley?" Like clearly trying to, with a smirk of like, "I bet that didn't go well." And like
It did
trying to
not.
sort of lighten the mood. She didn't say that. She doesn't say, "I bet that didn't go well." She goes, "So how was your night in the alley?"
Not great. I fucked up and I pissed off my partner. We were attacked and destroyed a local business.
Wait, what?
It's that may be an overstatement. Like, I actually want to see Erie walk in and go, "I didn't destroy it."
She can't hear you through the door.
Yeah.
And Captain Thornton, nobody is yelling. And he's
Yeah.
not one of those, he's not the exasperated police captain trope.
His ass isn't half missing from the mayor's office. No.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, night's still young, but it super is not. It's like 10 o'clock.
I fucked up things, and then stupidly, and then we didn't do the best job of canvassing the crowd. I don't know how effective that would have been for us to canvass that crowd. They're not our tribe.
Well, you know, just as we don't get to choose who our suspects are, whether we like it or not, our community does not get to choose what inspectors come to investigate the crimes. So the reputation of the people of Inferno Alley is very well known in law enforcement. And I'm sorry that you felt like it wasn't fruitful to investigate the crowd.
Oh, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not
Maybe
throwing my
done that.
I'm not throwing my hands up in exasperation and tearing veils or pressing my wrist to my forehead. We'll find who did it. If for nothing else, our Vics are going to live, so we'll be able to question them directly.
Your Vics are going to live.
Oh yes. Prosecutor Vorlance was there and cast a spell on them that would allow them to be healed after. So spare the dying.
Did she know?
Yes. She also assisted us in the attack at the place next door.
You attacked the place next door?
No, we were trying to, well, when the Vics were shot, it's going to be in our report, but when the Vics were shot, it was
Why
apparent.
not give me a preview then, Inspector?
He's going to go ahead and tell him everything. Okay. And see, while we were see what had happened was yeah, so while we were breaking and entering, we were attacked. And then
right.
Yeah.
Well,
so he gives them that whole story. And
did Merle had it ever been communicated to Merle that they had already broken in and Ari was just following?
No, he didn't actually say that.
Okay.
He did not understand that they had broken in.
Okay.
He of course believed. Yeah.
He of course believed what?
No, he thought we broke in, but at the same time, he's going to phrase it in such a way as well. We discovered that the back door was open, so Prosecutor Vorlance and my partner went inside, and while inside, we're attacked as I was landing in the alley.
Landing in the alley. You know what? I think I'll just wait for the report.
They'll turn it into a Pity Dreadful, and
it's going to be fire.
The reader will remember.
Oh, dear reader.
Reader. Okay. He goes, very well then. Thank you, both of you. Ari, Melancholy comes out after Merle, like right behind him, and goes and puts a hand on him and says, quiet, but you can still hear it. Again, I understand the full circumstances, but my condolences still. And then walks over back to her desk and goes, "So where are we with that paperwork, rookie?" And then like laughs. And Merle knows that sort of a weight of frustration got lifted off of Melancholy's shoulders just now. But you notice, you don't know why, Ari, because you didn't hear, but you notice Melancholy's like laughing and back into her good spirits again. And you're like, huh, whatever happened in there.
Interesting.
Right, yeah. So Merle gives everybody the double deuce and walks right out without another.
No, I was sitting back down at my desk and about to address my partner.
Unmute yourself.
I'm sitting back down at my desk and
No,
about
I
to
heard
address
you.
my
I heard
partner.
you.
Would you like a coffee? Can I get you a coffee and a sandwich?
And a donut, a coffee and a sandwich and a donut. I'll just keep adding an ingredient each until you start smiling.
Coffee and sandwiches is our thing. We
Right.
do donuts in the morning or while questioning people.
Which is also a cheese board or other charcuterie.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, the line item in the budget stays. Our close rate is amazing. Sure. You're not going to sit here and put on a hair shirt across from me, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No. No, I just wanted to reset, honestly. And leave that at that.
Okay.
I fucked up. I won't do it again. And that's it. Here's a sandwich.
Thank you. Looks like a good sandwich.
Also, my character has been getting into these sandwiches lately.
What is that from?
My head, but it's Jill Murphy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I
Hey,
texted you that before I
hard-boiled egg.
thought of it being Jill. And you're like, that is exactly something Jill would say.
Yeah, it is.
Because a Jersey Mike's opened up in town, and because I always order 2 at a time, I'm probably averaging 1.7 sandwiches per week since they opened up. And so Marika and her daughter have this like funny shticky prompt thing they do. See, the thing about me is, and then they say some ridiculous bougie fucking thing. I'm like, the thing about me is I'm really into sandwiches. And I'm like, and we were there for a D&D weekend. I'm like, the thing about my character is they're really into sandwiches. Anyway.
I'm all cut up now. Thank you.
For posterity, that was recorded. Like Yoda, I am talking. Do you? Okay.
Am I gonna unload to her about my dead cousins? No.
Okay.
Unless she asks, are your cousins dead?
What are the chances?
If somebody were to ask me immediately following the death of my cousins, are your cousins dead? I would be inclined to think said individual had something to do with the deaths of said cousins. Don't know about you, but I would be just a little suspicious.
No, he's what I actually mean to say. Yeah, there would be with good cause. No,
Especially if I were a constable inspector.
yeah, no. Look at this motherfucker trying to steal tires right in front of me. Related that story to you, right?
No, but it's still a fucking funny line.
It's my dad's line. He goes, the difference between being a cop, being a security guard. You see a guy walking down the street carrying 2 tires and you think, oh, poor guy. He must have had 2 tires blow out. As a cop or security officer, you're trained to think, hey, look at this motherfucker trying to steal 2 tires right in front of me. So yeah. Anyway, if you ask me anything about why Melancholy was more upbeat, or if I had any word from Dog Island, he would definitely, we would have that conversation. But if not, he's more focused on just him and Erie getting to a stable place, to resetting, like he said, to let's go have sandwiches and coffee and stand in one another's presence.
In the sight of the Lord.
Well, like partners do.
Oh, okay. That's different.
No, we're going to stand there haggard in our long coats with our badges hanging from lanyards around our necks and our ties undone. You know, like our ties undone and our first buttons unbuttoned.
I get it. Okay.
Done.
All right. Is there any other role playing, or are we going home and then starting the next day?
Bags.
I think we're going home and starting the next day, but my head is starting to hurt from
Sitting up in the
constant
head.
constant headphone. Well, and I've had 2 nights in a row where I haven't been able to sleep before 3 a.m.
Okay.
Actually, like, I obviously would rather keep playing, but this is a perfect stopping place, which is why I'm asking specifically right now.
It kind of is a really good stopping point of just, well, this is where it went.
Yeah.
So let me say, I want to say this before we go. I did not specifically choose that stat block for this encounter because of your ability, but I looked at that stat block and went, ooh, they get sneak attack. And then went, oh, fuck, Bex can stop sneak attack a couple of times. And legit, every time you used it, they failed. Because it wasn't until we got started and I went, right, because in the solo game, she kept asking, do they have advantage? Do they have advantage? I'm like, no, they're just rolling good. And then this time I'm like, ooh, these motherfuckers, this is going to be a challenge. Oh, Bex can shut it. All right.
2 birds.
Yep.
If
now,
it works.
Suck a dick, dumb shits.
Here's the other side of that, though, Josh, is that I'll roll a 1, and then on my reroll, I'll roll a 2.
You know what? It's better than, can you imagine? So let me put it this way. If you had tripped over and I may have just had you fall instead of making a deck save to fall. But even if, let's say I made you roll a deck save to not go bang flat on your face. If you had made that deck save, you would have gone tripping to catch your balance into 2 guys with sneak attack, short swords, just go fucking shit. Die. So like,
Bob.
so like the fact that you got luck and just went, nope, I'm just bad. I did not critical fail.
Fair.
It very much reminded me of a Thieves Guild game I ran long ago where John broke into a building in the middle of another guy's job. And there's just thieves hidden in the darkness, and John goes walking in. Hey, what's going on in this room? Like, because he's trying to escape cops that are after him. So he just walks into somebody else's job. That's very much what that reminded me of, down to the fucking up the stealth check walking into the building.
Oh, John did the exact same thing?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Just, yeah. John, I honestly, there was about 6 years, and John will attest to this. There's about 6 years you asked John about any of his character. I was a thief. I don't know. Like, I was one of 20 thieves. It's
one of 20 thieves. Oh, because John only made thieves?
For the longest time in D&D settings. It's all he wanted to do, especially in 2nd edition, because they were the only ones with skills. If you remember 2nd edition, that's